segment where we'll be understanding different the different beautiful revelations of Devi Parashakti. The Devi Parashakti has given, yes, we can go back to the last slide. We'll just move on a little bit. Devi Parashakti has literally been manifesting just for a few months after the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the Patte Patini Vratam and led billions of Hindus all over the world in this extremely intense prayer and fast. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led this fast for 35 days and at the end manifested the energy of Devi Parashakti and began gifting the world her divine presence as Devi Parashakti. And it is such a beautiful thing that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been gifting us, that literally every single day the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had been answering the questions, giving healing blessings, giving blessings for wealth and prosperity, and giving blessings for marriages, for long-lasting relationships, and to build a stable and healthy family. Parashakti has literally been attending to each and every one of us as her beloved divine and beloved children. And not only that, the Devi Parashakti is literally guiding the whole humanity itself, the entire world. And as we try to navigate in these extremely difficult and intense times, especially when it seems as if literally we're in the sea and it is entirely dark and there's a storm going on, during these extremely tense, strenuous times, as the coronavirus pandemic is ongoing, as well as the so many different pandemics with pandemics, so much of social upheaval. There is so much that is ongoing. And yet Devi Parashakti has given guidance to the whole world about what to do now and has given the assurance of her protection. Such beautiful words that she has given. I'd like to just read out the revelations to the world of Devi Parashakti from the 14th of April. So this is actually right after Devi Parashakti had started to reveal these divine revelations a few months back. Devi Parashakti had said, this is the rough English translation. She revealed, Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracies done by humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples, and Kailasa Vasis, and no suffering will come for my devotees, but it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to end only in 2025. It is a conspiracy, a human conspiracy. The next slide, please. You are asking about the suffering of Corona in India. Listen properly to what is said. With honesty, I'm telling you the real truth. The cosmic pralaya has stopped. The Corona second wave that is happening now is a bioweapon. What is happening now is bio-war. As Nijavatara, taking the form of Nithyananda Parashakti, I came in person to Bharat to save Sanatana Hindu Dharma in Bharat. Taking the form of Nithyananda, when I came as Nijavatara, the people who do not know how to live, having me with them, what I will do for them. And I personally believe that this is so beautiful, these revelations by Devi Parashakti. How she says, world cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by some ignorant thieves who got stuck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss, cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi Kailasa. Adi Kailasa is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos. Devi Parashakti demonstrates her divine words in these revelations and her ultimate compassion. Devi Parashakti continues to say, and save the people from Pralaya. Through the tricks of traitors, rule of the enemies, without any other way out. The time came for sailor itself to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards huge destruction. People, even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi, Manonmani. My responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction. I am telling some of the truth. Listen, people, properly. Within next few months, can I go back? Within next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you for the good. Search for protection for your life. She says, I am telling you for the good. I am telling you the good. So just within the next few weeks in India, after April, we saw some of the worst death reports happening in India about how much the entire country was devastated. Here we have an article that says, as COVID-19 devastates India, deaths go undercounted. And this is exactly what Devi Parashakti had revealed before even all this had happened. That's the most important thing to note. In April, before even the whole authorities, the health institution even thought that Corona would happen, before even that had happened, Devi Parashakti had forewarned each and every one of us. And she said that within the next few months, not thousands or lakhs, but lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. And in the article that we saw later published, it says on Saturday, officials reported nearly 350,000 new infections, and the deaths continue to rise. At one hospital in New Delhi, the capital, doctors said 20 patients in critical care unit had died after oxygen pressure drop. The doctors blamed the deaths on the city's acute oxygen shortage. The next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So here we have another article that is also talking about the death toll, and it says that India posts highest death toll in pandemic so far. Really, we are seeing so many underreported deaths, and that's the crime of the whole thing. Because today, as we look back, who is being held accountable for the lives that are lost, which are not even counted? But there's so much of suffering that is going on. There's so much of loss that people are feeling. People whose family members had died, whose neighbors had died, whose mothers, fathers, relatives had literally died in the worst way possible. And yet that suffering is not recognized even in a simple number report or count. How can this be justified? And who is being held accountable? India reported the coronavirus pandemic highest single daily death toll on Wednesday, which was 4,529, with the virus raging through the country's rural regions. The previous deadliest day for a single country was the United States, recorded in the United States in January, where 4,468 people died. Many reports believe in the number of deaths in India are even higher but underreported. And evidence has emerged across the country of large number of deaths of people dying and from COVID-19 who have been officially counted. This is actually from the New York Times, which this article is quoting. We can go on to the next slide now. As you can see here, the devastation of COVID-19 in even the quarries, the cemeteries, and the burial grounds is absolutely unsubstantiated, meaning it was absolutely shocking. We heard the stories of all of the people, of the workers from the cremation grounds, the business, the leaders of the cremation grounds who own these grounds and are seeing so many hundreds of bodies and bodies lining up. This actually shows that 2 and 2 don't match up. Something doesn't quite add up here. While on one side, the media is talking about a very low death rate and not that many people being saved. The cremation grounds, the evidence that is happening there shows even a backlog in the number of deaths that is being reported, and shows even a death, like a backlog in the number of bodies that they have to cremate. Yes, as you can see, more visuals. These are from the devastating cremation grounds in India. The next slide. Yes. And this was revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who had revealed to us, all devotees and disciples, whoever listens to me, whom I don't need to convince, this is a personal message I am giving to you all. Devi has very clearly revealed to me, in the Purattasi month, August and September, there is going to be the worst kind of third wave of corona. So that's just coming up right now as we are ending July. The next slide, please. I saw in the vision dead bodies thickly floating on Ganga. Not just Ganga alone, there are 4 rivers coming from Kailasa: Ganga, Yamuna, Brahmaputra. In all those rivers, I saw dead bodies are floating. Dogs eating those dead bodies and dying because they ate corona people. And the poor people who don't have any food, those dogs' dead bodies, and they are dying. I saw this whole cycle. I am not a constipated conspiracy theorist or positive thinking buffet. I see reality as it is, and I'm revealing it to you all as it is. And within just few months, we saw the articles and the evidence of how in India, on the riverbank of Ganga, there was so many different dead bodies. And here we have one of the articles that is showing this, where behind bodies found in riverbanks, a COVID shadow. Interviews with the next of kin, officials, eyewitnesses, and local residents in Unan and Gharipur revealed that behind bodies in long-held traditions, deep economic distress and sudden rush to lay the dead to rest. Here we are seeing how bodies are coming in scores, unclaimed, uncounted, and unidentified. Here we have India's holiest river, Ganges, is swollen with victims. Another really horrifying truth that is going on, a reality that is happening. Hundreds of corpses have been found floating in the river or buried in the sand of its bank. The next slide, please. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. So I request if we can now project the slide on immunity. So in this next segment, we'll be understanding even what Devi Parashakti recently had revealed, and we'll be understanding how she had revealed about the immunosuppression qualities and properties of COVID-19, and how after that we saw that literally scientists were recognizing that this was happening. Okay, we can have the slide share projected. So we can stay on this. The truth is that Devi Parashakti ultimately had revealed how millions and millions of people whose deaths are absolutely uncounted and nobody is being held responsible. Unfortunately, Devi Parashakti had even revealed that COVID is airborne, that people can contract the disease simply from the air. Here it says how, yes, we can go on. the Devi Parashakti said that even kids will be attacked the most, and they'll be very vulnerable during this time. So yes, she said that the next wave is attacking the kids more. That is what is happening, and that is what is terrorizing and frightening. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed, I cannot reveal more details. India's richest state was at the center of the second wave. Now it's preparing for a third wave. This is an article from CNBC, and this is on India's second wave, now preparing for a third wave. And here we have a lot of numbers. The western state of Maharashtra has so far reported more than 5.4 million cases, including 82,000 deaths from COVID-19, and some predict a third wave, which could hit India potentially between September and October. The next slide, please. And the truth is that we have to ensure we do not lower the guards. We prepare for the inevitable third wave. And here, in so many articles, are also saying, even though it is being anticipated that coronavirus cases could peak in mid-June in the city, experts have been warning against lowering the guards, as they say that the third wave of COVID-19 wave looks inevitable by October end. Not only that, but experts have further said that the third wave should be deadlier than the first two waves. And Maharashtra preps the third wave as COVID, as we saw 8,000 children in one district being affected. Here we have, with more than 8,000 children catching the coronavirus in the month of May in Maharashtra's Ahmednagar, the state has started taking extra steps to minimize the effect and impact of a possible third wave of COVID-19 that may affect children more. In Maharashtra's Sangli city, a COVID-19 ward is being prepared especially for children, and currently 5 children are being treated here, and the facility is being prepared for more patients. And here we have another article saying the third wave of COVID-19 to impact children. Over 9,000 children test positive in Maharashtra. And again, with the fears of the second wave of COVID-19 still lingering, and now at least in the current days, we are seeing one wave stopping, maybe settling down, but we are seeing so many warnings of the third wave coming. The experts have suggested that the third wave will severely impact children. If the virus changes its course of nature, the children will be largely impacted. Reports suggest that the virus has already impacted the children across the country in the second wave. Yes. So Devi Parashakti has literally given us the warning. And not only that, however, she has given us the protection. Devi Parashakti has ensured to protect all of her devotees. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has actually opened the Kailasa COVID care centers in India, from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham as well as 12 other Adinams in India. And this is in order to protect anyone who is seeking protection at this time. And in just a few minutes after the next segment, we will be understanding from the administrators of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham themselves the updates from the Kailasa COVID Care Center in India. And also now we'll be going into the next segment of today's program. And in this next segment, we'll be understanding the offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. After we understood how each individual can ask a question, ask for healing blessings or anything, and then how Devi Parashakti has guided the whole humanity and given her protection, her most compassionate protection to anyone. Now, after that, Devi Parashakti has literally opened up so many different ways that we can immediately and instantly attain oneness in our lives. Now, I request if the offering slides can be projected, offerings to Devi Parashakti. So yes, while we get that sorted out, in the Hindu tradition, offerings are a way that you can experience the intimate, most beautiful oneness with the divine. So in this next segment, we'll be understanding the offerings you can make to Devi Parashakti. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break. Yes, completing with all the viewers for that technical difficulty. Now, let us enter into this next segment in today's program, the offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. Now, in the Hindu tradition, whether it is our birthdays, our anniversaries, our marriages, or if we're starting school for the first time, or if we're starting a business for the first time, whatever it is, we always are conducting or inviting the divine presence of the of God and goddesses, our Ishtadevata, our favorite deities, into our lives. We request for their guidance. We give gratitude for the amount of guidance they have given so far in our lives and helped us, protected us, helped us every single step of the way. And we have also then we also ask and request, humbly pray for guidance in the rest of our lives, in the next step or the new adventure, the new venture that we are taking up. That's one of the beautiful things about Sanatana Hindu Dharma, that it is like literally practicing the presence of God in your life. And that is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving as the science of enlightenment. Now, through the ritualistic sevas that you can offer today, you can literally invite the divine into your life in a more intense, more immediate way, where literally they just start manifesting whatever you want, however you want it. Now, let's just understand the significance of offering. Offering is a giving of a divine gift, pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of two parts. One is giving, and the second is accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offerings become complete. Offering is not made out of fear or out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the purpose of enlightenment. Yes. Now, before we're entering into this segment, I would like to chant the Dhyana Shloka of Manonmani, the very beautiful, compassionate form of Devi Parashakti, the loving form of Devi Parashakti, who's sitting on the lap of Paramashiva. Indunivabedakaravahninayanam syat pankajavaraಭಯ japaksharayuktam Angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukatojjvala manonmani swarupam. And the English translation next. Moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand and fire in eyes, with a lotus flower gracing and blessing hands in one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. And the next Dhyana Shloka. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashina bhavadanam vedahastam dadanam savye padmam varadam apare chabhayam chakshamalam divyeravarana nirvibhushita tanum brahmadi vipujitam devimeva manonmanim pratidinam kamatra datrim shubham. And the English translation. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like the moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious blends, boons and blessings for all actions every day. Now, having invited the beautiful, graceful presence of Devi Parashakti here today, now we can enter into the next segment, enter into understanding the different offerings that we are making available today. Today we have so many exquisite, exciting offerings that you can make with so much of beautiful, sacred sentiment. In this day and age, as we have so many different kinds of sentiment, whether it's suffering or we have happiness and bliss, or we have the sentiments of feelings towards one another, there is nothing compared to this sacred sentiment, the powerful cognition, which help you manifest power in your life, help you go beyond even the limitations that you would never have even thought of, all kinds of impossibilities, and live a life of absolute possibility. The Vedic tradition provides the science of exactly doing this. And the science of rituals is a carefully crafted, beautifully delivered practice of literally living this science of enlightenment, living the science of practicing the presence of God. And one of the fundamentals, now what we're doing is, first, we'd like to create the foundation so we can understand why we are doing these offerings and what is actually needed in these offerings and how they can actually manifest what you want in your life. Now, in the significance of the divine element gold, this is a part of the fundamentals that we have to understand before we go into the rest of the offerings that are made. Now, in the Atharva Veda is one of the 4 of the Chatur Vedas, and one of the 4 Vedas that are actually one of the primordial scripts that is known to humankind. The Rig Veda has actually the oldest reference that is surviving today is at least more than 1,000 years old, making it the oldest scripture which is known to humankind. So the Chatur Veda are extremely old and significant scriptures that guide us to the life that we started out with, the life of the original Hindu civilization. In one of these Vedas, the Atharva Veda, lies the significance of the element of gold. Now, I'll just be reading out the translation for us today. It says that triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one, it becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, the watery molecules. Who sees the vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents. And one they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, let that triple gold be for your long life. Now, many of us already understand that gold has a lot of value in our society. We know this because the economy just supports this as a fact. But there's something more than what society has told us thus far. Gold actually has super powers, literally super conscious powers, where beyond the beyond what we know with the economic currency or any value that we add to it, there's so much more than what is happening, or the gold itself as we know. Gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches, and it is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all the scriptures, the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold, and horses and cows were dressed in gold. Now, if you see, all the living beings lived in coexistence, in beautiful, blissful coexistence in the Hindu civilization. And each one was dressed and adorned in gold because we saw the beautiful potential of gold in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Yes, and the Hindu civilization ultimately thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. In the Rig Veda, the Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, and in the Atharva Veda, the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartari. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked in gold and adorned in gold. Because it preserves the Enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. Now let us enter into the array of offerings that we have. Exquisite, beautiful offerings that each and every one of you can offer today. Once again, this is a beautiful process of experiencing immediate results, experiencing immediate oneness in your life and beautiful connection with the divine. Especially now that we are in the presence of the divine and we are connecting directly to the Nijavatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting all these beautiful deities and energies, cosmic energies in our lives. It is ultimately the most powerful time to be able to connect to the divine cosmic being. So let us start with the E-Hundi offering. Now, this offering is a beautiful way that you can remove all fears inside of you, everything that is going on inside of you, which is not Paramashiva, which is not the ultimate. Simply drop it at the feet of Devi Parashakti today. Drop it at her feet and experience the true oneness. Now, can we go back to the previous slide, please? Devi Parashakti in the Lalita Sahasranama is described in such a beautiful way. How she is actually going through and how she literally accepts all the fears, all of the karma that you are dropping at her feet. She removes that and just makes it disappear. Amazing way, amazing, beautiful sacred sentiment. Everything that we feel is a burden, everything that we feel is karma, everything that we feel is pain inside of us, we just drop it. It's the feet of Devi Parashakti. Now, can we go back to the E-Hundi first slide? Now, I just like to chant the verse on Yes, I just like to chant this verse. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion, and she is the remover of all fears. The next slide, please. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. So yes, and Devi is very much known to have be worshipped more so in autumn. Now, this does not mean the yearly autumn or the seasonal autumn that we ourselves experience, like fall, when all of the leaves fall off the trees. That's not what we're talking about here. In autumn of our lives in general, that's when our thoughts are turning more and more inward. That's when we are experiencing more and more introspection in our lives and trying to answer the existential questions that really pain us and pull us into so much of inner speculation. The role of the divine at this time is absolutely known and understood clearly. That is when the need for the worship of Devi becomes so much stronger. Now, you can offer this Ihundi offering for any amount of money, and it's such a simple offering that you can do. And you can do right away. You can do through the YouTube super chat, or you can do through the registration forms. If you have a couple of questions on these and how to pay and how to make the donation that you'd like to make today, then you can just wait until the end of this segment, and we'll be proceeding further with how to exactly make these payments. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Yes. So the next offering that we have available for each and every one of you to make today is the Sankalpa chanting. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Sankalpa is a Vedic chant which has such deep significance. In fact, it invokes all the energies, all the good energies of love, bliss, all the auspicious qualities inside of you. It requests the divine to remove all the different um, inauspicious qualities and help us transcend each and every one of those, including fears, greed, everything that might be stopping us. We request in this prayer to remove that and help us during this time and help bless us for the ultimate prayers. Now, in the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, the verse for this beautiful chant, there I'll just be chanting the English translation. The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. Once again, this is from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. Yes, the Sankalpa chanting is such a beautiful way that you can just simply offer the Sankalpa. Your name will be chanted along with the Sankalpa, and it will be offered in your name to the divine. The next offering we have here, as you can see, is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. And this is another beautiful offering. And let me just explain that this is the offering of more than 1,008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And actually, it is very special because it is the offering of the gold coin inscribed with 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. Now, in the chant, in the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731, Devi Parashakti is described as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes repetition of her various names. And this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti in a ode and tribute to that she likes. Why she likes it is actually very significant. Ultimately, in order to invoke that same energy inside of us, invoke that beautiful energy inside of us, Devi Parashakti guides us to chant the names of these beautiful Ananta Kalyana Guna and invoke that energy inside of us. That is actually what is happening during this Sahasranama Archana. And every time we offer the different names of Devi Parashakti, we are literally invoking that energy inside of us. So you can offer this very exquisite offering, the gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names at the feet of Devi Parashakti. And each of these are the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Yes, the next offering is the Mukta Anguti. Now, many of you, I'm sure you would relate. If you know that your mother really likes pearls, then of course, when it comes around to her birthday, or when you want to please her, when you feel like you want to express your gratitude to your mother, like on Mother's Day, you will obviously go out and get a gift of pearls, a pearl set or a pearl necklace or a pearl earrings, pearl bracelet, because you know that she likes it, and that's the only reason why you want to give it to her. In the same way, we know that Devi Parashakti is adorned with pearls. And actually, she has, even if she doesn't express it or doesn't tell you specifically, she has the beautiful adoration of pearls. Devi Meenakshi is actually described in the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, and I'll just be chanting that verse, as being adorned with garlands of pearls. So I'll just be chanting that verse, and then we'll understand the significance of this offering. Muktaharanalasatkiritaruchiram purnendu bhakta prabham shinjannu purikinkini manidharam padma prabhavasuram sarvabhita palapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam meenakshi pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. The English translation. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and paste shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. This is a beautiful invocation of Devi Meenakshi, where she is literally described here as whose crown has garlands of pearls. Devi Meenakshi is the incarnation of Devi Parashakti, who came down and has literally manifested all of the different beautiful items and all of even Kailasa she manifested on planet Earth. In fact, Devi Parashakti, as she manifested, is the form of Devi Meenakshi. She had literally united all of the 56 deshas. At that point in human history, all the humans, human civilization was living as independent human tribes across the world. But Devi Parashakti had literally united all the 56 deshas and ruled it under one rule. Now, Devi Parashakti has then manifested Kailasa itself on planet Earth with the establishment of Madurai, the kingdom of Madurai. Just like how Devi Parashakti literally had such beautiful ambition and powerful ambition to manifest Kailasa itself on planet Earth, with this offering of the Mukta Anguti, you can have the blessings of Devi Parashakti in any of your endeavors, the new ventures that you are about to take in this time. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Yes, we can go on. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. Now, in the Kamikagama, the verse is described as all the kalashas that should be worn around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. Now, this actually shows us the significance of the Swarna Padma Pushpa. The next slide, please. So actually, there are hundreds of references of the scriptural references for the using the lotus flower and the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves a consecration of deities, of worship, or meditating on, or the mudras and asanas that are used during the worship and involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, and the lotus petals. So actually, the lotus is actually considered a divine flower. It is literally seen as a divine flower. That is why it's used so much, and it is associated so much in all of the Vedic scriptures, the Vedic arts, and everything. In fact, of course, you've seen in the Vedic tradition and culture, the lotus is in so many different ways. It is it is used and referred upon in so many different scriptures. And you can see in Vedic arts as well. If you see any of the dresses or any of the arts, the paintings, the beautiful paintings, or even the architecture, lotus is in fact probably used the most. So why it is considered a divine flower? Because of its beautiful context. In even the most adverse situations, even in muddy waters, in polluted waters, even in just a little bit, just a few inches of water, the lotus blooms and it has divine radiance and resilience despite of its environment. That is the beauty of a lotus, that no matter where it is growing, no matter if it is in the pond or in the polluted waters, it still blooms and it still has that elegance, that grace, that beauty. That is why the lotus is associated with Devi Parashakti herself, because even in the midst of wars, even in the midst of, even from the earth, from the mud, Devi Parashakti can be born. There are hundreds of descriptions just like this. Even in so much of war and so much of suffering, Devi Parashakti can manifest, and she will not just manifest, she will be the most elegant, most radiant, most resilient being who is manifested. Now, the Shakti of Paramashiva is also called the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is also the lotus. And even the disciple who is about to bloom is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer this beautiful Swarna Padma Pushpa in order to have the blessings from Devi Parashakti to ultimately radiate that space, radiate the state, space, powers, and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. Yes. The next offering is the Swarna Metti. I'll just be chanting first the Pramana. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Next slide, please. So in the Hindu tradition, even the married women wear the golden toe ring. And that is a representation of actually the Hindu sacred sentiment, where all of the different, all of the women of the world are considered as Devi Parashakti herself, are worshipped as Devi Parashakti herself. And it is all coming back down to this verse, actually, where we are seeing how it's described that literally the toenails of Devi Parashakti have the power to simply remove your incompletions or your pains or your sufferings, all of the ignorance that you have. And simply, that is how it happened. That is the quality of Devi Parashakti. It is not, you don't need even her whole foot. You can just have the grace and grace of her, of just one toenail, and all of your sufferings are completely gone. And that is why we adorn her toes with the Swarna Meti. That is such a beautiful thing. How in the Vedic tradition, when we see the significance of a certain object, or we see the significance, it is always brought out and applied in every aspect of our life. Just how gold, we saw the significance and we saw the spiritual qualities. That's why all men were made of gold in the Hindu tradition, because we saw the significance of Devi Parashakti's, literally her very toenails. Every single woman is worshipped, revered, and adorned with that gold, that toe ring. And in the Hindu tradition, upon marriage, every woman has that toe ring. That is how the Hindu tradition literally reveres women so much. So this offering of the Swarna Meti is an offering to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of our life. The next slide, please. Yes. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry, another very beautiful, very significant offering that you can make. And it actually refers back to one of the verses where Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, and she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. Now, the Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And the Sahasrara Chakra is represented by the 1,000-petaled lotus. The 1,000-petaled lotus is sitting at the very crown of our head. And when that opens, the nectar which is coming from it and oozing, causing us to experience so much of bliss, that is what is represented by the Mangtika. And the Sahasrara Chakra is literally representative of the huge amount of nervous center we have in the crown of our head, which is of course the brain. So that is why it's called this 1,000-petaled lotus, and represented by by a lotus itself. So in this offering, you can receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti and achieve the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion, as Devi Parashakti literally will be able to open your Sahasrara Chakra and enlighten you entirely. And the next offering that is available for each and every one of you today is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Now, I just want to take a few minutes and describe, especially now, during this time, during Guru Purnima time, with less than 24 hours until we are celebrating Guru Purnima, until we are celebrating the most auspicious occasion of the whole year, the Guru Purnima day. On Guru Purnima, you will be able to have the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja during this time. Now, Guru Purnima is the time when all of the planets, all of the different grahas, and all of the different planetary energies are aligning you towards Guru and Guru happening in your life. I know that many of you have been praying for a guide in your life, especially during these extremely dark and intense times that we are all going through. A guide who will tell us, take this step, I'll be there. I'll protect you. I'll take care of everything. For millions of peoples across the world, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been that guru. So much so that he is Jagat Guru for the entire universe. He has taken the responsibility to guide the whole universe from the Kali Yuga into the Nitya Yuga, into the Satya Yuga. So we can offer our offerings at the feet of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with this Pratyaksha Pada Puja. For all of you who are joining with us right now, please go to the links in the scroll below if you'd like to register yourself for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which will be happening very soon, in just a few hours before you even know it. So make sure that you are planning or preparing to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on this Guru Purnima day. And this is the opportunity to simply drop any of the karma that you are experiencing, any of the pain and suffering that you are experiencing at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, incarnation of Paramashiva himself. And he will simply remove it, give his ultimate protection, and he will give you, each and every one of you, just the abhaya, meaning the blessings and guidance to and being the ultimate guru for each and every one of you. If today we are able to cherish and enjoy any of the Hindu tradition, the qualities and the different customs, the traditions from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, it is solely because of the Guru Parampara. And if today we even have hope for the future of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, it is because of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has bravely, and despite so much of attack against him, stood and ensured the revival of Kailasa, the nation, for Hinduism and the Hinduism culture as a tradition. The last offering that each and every one of you can also do today is the Vastra Seva. So you can offer the Vastra Seva as well, which is a sacred adornment, the sacred cloth, which you can offer at the feet of Devi Parashakti. Yes. So now, moving on to the next slide, we have a summary of all of the different offerings that you can do today. There is the e-hundi offering. So all of these, there's various array of different options so that you can never feel limited. If you would like to make or at least pay some form, or you would like to donate in some way or form and offer your gratitude, there is some options for you. I'm sure that as a Hindu, as someone who deeply connects to Devi Parashakti, perhaps has had the blessings and of Devi Parashakti, you'd of course love to offer, or you'd love to pay your gratitude. You can pay in any of these ways, any amount, or with $1, or the highest amount as well, if you would like to, out of your deep gratitude to Devi Parashakti. So we have the e-hundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So these are the array of different offerings that we have. You can select anything that you would like to offer at any option as well. The next slide, please. Now, now you might be in two categories as we are proceeding for the offerings today. You might be in the category of you're ready to make your payment, you'd like to go forward with the next steps. You can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, and you can proceed for the next steps of your payment. It's a very easy and quick process to do your payment. Then after the payment, make sure that you are filling out the Sankalpa 2021 form. This is for submitting the details needed for the puja. So this needs to be submitted after you make the payment, and all of your names and the names on whose behalf you are offering this puja, you will, all those names will be chanted after this form is filled. So if you're ready to make the payment, that's awesome. That's great. You can go ahead and make the payment through these links. Now, on the other hand, if you are still wanting to manifest any one of these offerings, perhaps you'd like to make the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, but you'd like help in manifesting, or you'd like more details, or you're interested in the offering, but you cannot make it as on now, you can go to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi and fill out the registration form. Now, the registration form is there, and you have two options also, and you can make the intention for making any one of these offerings. So I request if the tiny.cc/devi-offerings link can be projected now. If we can go to that link. So we'll just be getting back with you with that link and being able to project it for all of you to see and to understand that this is a very quick payment process. You'll be able to simply be able to have any of those payments be fulfilled. So we'll be right back with you to show you the payment process and everything after a very quick break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
all powerful cognition, knowledge. Only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from.
Yes, welcome back to all of the viewers. Before we are entering into the next segment of today's program, we'll just understand what we can do, how we can, perhaps if we're having a question, either during the live Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan or during the live Nithyananda Satsang, you can ask a question, you can interact perhaps and personally have your question or your request, your prayer to Devi Parashakti be granted today. So let us enter into the first slide. We can go on to the next slide. So here we'll be able to share with you how you can ask the question on the different social media platforms. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made himself and has made this Parashakti Akashik reading available for anyone who wants, and available on all the different social media platforms. So as you can see here on YouTube, you can go to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can go to the live feed, and many of you, of course, are already watching there. Down below this video, you will see a join button. Make sure that you are joining as a member of this channel. Now, you can make sure that in all the different social media platforms that you are liking and following, and we'll show you a couple of samples today of those. And for membership, you can click the join button, and this is a very easy way that you can get access immediately to all of the 7,000 videos on the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and the more than 20,000 hours of discourses, darshans, dikshas, intimate sessions, beautiful discourses and satsangs by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it is just a beautiful way that you can simply start to manifest enlightenment, and with any problem that you have, fear, greed, or if you have a problem in relationships or wealth, any problem, you can find the answer on this YouTube channel with the more than 7,000 hours, 7,000 videos on this YouTube channel. So again, you can join at the button that is there. And today, if you'd like to ask your question at any time, either during the Devi Parashakti Akashak reading, the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan, or during the live Nithyananda Satsang, you can ask your question in the chat. So you can ask your question in the chat, which you can see on the right-hand side. And once again, this would only be open for members. So yes, the next option we have is Facebook. You can go to Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and this is the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Make sure you are liking and following Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, so that you can have all of the different notifications, the different live events, the different posts personally given to you, and the personal messages from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly in your newsfeed, and ensure that you are getting the notifications when the notifications come immediately. You can tune in to the live events which are going on continuously from Kailasa. And we also have here, you can see that all the different live events are displayed or will be continuously there available on Facebook. So whatever, even if you miss a satsang, even if you miss a program, you can go back and watch and ensure that you are really relishing and reveling in the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So make sure, if you want to ask any of your questions during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan or the live Nithyananda Satsang, you can go to the comment section and post your comments in the comment section below the video. Yes, and the next option that we have is Twitter. I'm sure that many of you are users of Twitter. You spend all your day on Twitter, and you yourself have a Twitter following. If you like Twitter and that's the social media platform of your preference, then you can go and follow Kailasa's SPH JGM HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam on Twitter, and make sure that you're following the official Twitter handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is at Sri Nithyananda. And once again, here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives personal messages to the whole humanity, to all the global Hindu diaspora here, his messages as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his guidance during this time, and as well, all the different live events, the exciting events that are happening across Kailasas across the world will also be posted here regularly, as well as ensuring you have your daily dose of living enlightenment and enlightenment that can inspire you for the whole day. So make sure that you are following at Sri Nithyananda on Twitter, and you can go to the live event as well. The live event, which will be displayed on Twitter and will be a tweet from Sri Nithyananda, from the official handle. And then you can ask your questions as a reply to that tweet. So use tag at Sri Nithyananda and use the hashtag Ask the Avatar and tweet in the reply section of that tweet in order to make sure that do your best and make sure that your question is seen by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the live satsang. We also have a next platform here, which is Instagram. Now, Instagram is, of course, a very popular platform that I'm sure many of you spend so much of your time on, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism itself is available through Instagram with all the different posts, the different ideas and things from the from Kailasa directly to you and to your Instagram feed. You can follow at Sri Nithyananda on Instagram. That's the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Instagram. You can go ahead and go there and make sure that you are tuned in and following Kailasa on Instagram. And in any of the posts, in the post for the live satsang or for the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan, you can comment there using the hashtag Ask the Avatar as well, and comment your questions you can ask your questions in the comment section. And finally, the next slide, if you might not be social media savvy, you're not very comfortable with social media platforms, or perhaps you yourself are not on social media, you can go to kailasa.org and ask your questions or send in your prayer requests through WhatsApp. So you can go there, and there's a widget for WhatsApp on the website that you can go and chat, and you can send in your questions during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan or during the live satsang. So that's another option for you as well. And also on the live chat as well, you can ask your questions and send in your prayer request to Devi Parashakti during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan or to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So yes, let's all enrich humanity with more than 1 billion users on the internet at a time for more than 4 to 5 hours a day. You can always enrich people through the internet and through social media, and it's very easy. So ensure that you are also sharing on all these various platforms for the Nithyananda Satsang, for the live Bhava Samadhi Darshans, as well for Guru Purnima, which is happening in just a few hours away. So with this, we'll now be moving on to the next segment in today's program, the temple. From Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya in Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, we will be able to witness the most glorious Uttamottama Paksha Maha Guru Puja, which is an offering to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the entire Guru Parampara, as we have been celebrating the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam the last couple of days, and we are continuing to celebrate it. We celebrate through the form of grand rituals, which we will now be able to witness and be able to have the darshan of through this social media platform right now. So make sure that you are sharing and inviting all of your friends, and we'll be right back with you after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No.
All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All all powerful cognitions, knowledge. Only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great.
herself expressing through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறு என்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
On 31st May 2021, during the Parashakti Akashic readings to the world, Devi revealed that everyone in India, all of you listen, the hell of Krimi Bhojanam, that is Krimi Bhojanam, that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam, has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protection from it is the only way. Deadly corona life taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Aghora Thandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together, destroying other souls. It will eat bodies. It has started roaming as great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly. Prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa. For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. The Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the suffering done by the humans. Mother, I will protect these at my feet. Those who listen to me and wish to save their lives, learning that prevention is the only way, go to Adi Kailasa. Krimi Bhojana is one of the 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures, where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by the worms. The Garuda Purana chapter, in one of the chapter, cosmology of hell and the nether regions, the Devi Bhagavata Purana, chapter 21 on the narrative of hells, and chapter 22 on the narrative of the sins leading to hells. The Shiva Purana, chapter 16, uplift from the hell, section 5. Skanda Purana, chapter 12, redemption from hells. Chapter 2, the merit of visiting Setu. Chapter 30, the glory of Danishkoti. The Brahmanda Purana, chapter 20, hell in nether regions, and chapter 106, suffering in hell. The Padma Purana, chapter 48, section on the nether world. You can see the current state of the world. It was updated last 6th June 2021. The statistics of this widespread pandemic. Total deaths 3 million and Largest daily figure is 12,744, and total confirmed cases are in millions, 139 million, and latest daily figure is 837,000 around the world. And the statistics of the cases and the deaths and the vaccine doses administered. COVID is airborne. Scientists say now authorities think so. They also thinking that the scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled like public water supplies were in 1800s after fetid pipes were found to harbor cholera. A quiet revolution has permeated global health crisis. Authorities have come to accept what many researchers have argued for over a year. The coronavirus can spread through the air. That new acceptance by the World Health Organization and the US Centers for the Disease Control and Prevention comes with the complete implications. The concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled like public water supplies were in 1800s after fetid pipes were found in harbor cholera. Cleaner indoor air won't just fight the pandemic, it will minimize the risk of catching the flu, other respiratory infections that cost the US more than 50 billion a year. Researchers said in a study in the General Science on Friday, avoiding these germs and their associated sickness and productivity losses will therefore offset the cost of upgrading ventilation and filtration in buildings. World's most infectious disease now airborne, and he is right. The SARS-CoV-2 V2 virus can travel on a very small particles that disperse quickly outdoors but can build up indoors. These particles can affect people who stay more than 6 feet away. And the mask that Americans are wearing have adopted many provide some COVID protection, but then do not render an unsafe situation safe. Through scientists have been discussing airborne transmission for months. It was only last week that the World Health Organization, WHO, and CDC made this official. With the vaccine rollout still in its early days across the world, those officials should follow up this belated admission with guidance that unvaccinated people can use to minimize their risk. The Hindu explains is airborne COVID-19 a risk? The airborne COVID treat is confirmed what to do about it. The droplet is cough and sneezes and can spread droplets of saliva and mucus. Airborne, tiny particles possibly produced by talking are suspended in the air for longer and travel further. In a letter, what have scientists told the World Health Organization? How does the disease pass from one person to another? The story is so far. On Monday, July 19, 6,239 scientists from 32 countries put their signatures on an open letter that said COVID-19 is also transmitted via air. Tilted, it is the time to address airborne transmission of COVID-19 and address to the World Health Organization, who they said that there was enough evidence to show that viruses are related during exhalation, talking, and coughing, and the micro droplets small enough to remain aloft and pose a risk of exposure at distances beyond 1 to 2 meters from someone who is infected for fewer than 3 feet to 6 feet, recommended for physical distancing between people to avoid transmission. The current state of India in Tamil Nadu alone, last case recorded in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, 36 minutes ago is confirmed 10,072, active is 9,983, and recovered 26, and deaths are 63. The statistics, new cases and deaths. You can see the picture. The Times of India's statistics, the COVID-19 in Tamil Nadu, the number of deaths is higher during the second wave. You can see the statistics in this slide. And you can see more statistics. You can see some more statistics across the region. And the last case that we heard in the different state, Maharashtra. And you can see across the different states in India, the district-wide confirmed cases, the latest, and the health infrastructure. Karnataka alone, the Bangalore district, the cases are in like few lakhs, and deaths are also in thousands. And Maharashtra also as are in lakhs, the cases registered are lakhs, and deaths are in thousands. So across the states of India, the cases and the deaths you can see in this slide. Home quarantine is not possible in India, statement made by the Indian government. The home quarantine is a prime reason for large number of deaths in Assam. The Himanta Biswa Sharma, Assam Chief Minister, said that the home quarantine is one prime reason for the large number of deaths during the second wave of COVID-19 in Assam. Assam on Monday witnessed 92 deaths, which were the highest single day deaths in the state. Sharma said that we have seen more death cases are happening from home isolation, as several people do not keep oximeters and some do not read the count in the meter properly. And further information on home quarantine is not possible in India. The Economic Times states that COVID Live News, Maharashtra ends home isolation in 13 districts. Patients from these districts have to go to a quarantine center. Maharashtra government on Tuesday announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts, which show higher COVID positivity rate than the state's average. The state's public health minister, Rajesh Tope, said that the decision is taken to ensure better health care facilities to patients in districts which are showing higher positivity rate. And you can see the another news channel, Business Line, which states the same line: home quarantine is not possible in India, that about 41% of the houses have just a single room, which is shared by about 5 persons. About 41% households in India have just one room and don't have an exclusive living room, or about 5 people share such accommodations. About 32% of the household have 2 rooms, and adding to the O's in the fact that only 47% of the household have access to water within the premises, and 42% don't have a bathing facility within the premises. And some more information on this, that the home quarantine is not possible in India, that the self-isolation for COVID-19 is impossible for 40% of Indian families. In order to utilize India's healthcare infrastructure, the optimally to manage the expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on 27th April signaled a change in approach from mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals or units. The government allowed home quarantine for those with mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow self quarantining. That in India, it is easier said than done. According to Census 2011, about 42% of Indian households were living in houses where an average 3 or more people were sharing a room. In the context of coronavirus, this challenge of physical distancing is greater in rural areas, the 45% of households, than the urban ones, 35% of the households. Only one state, Kerala, is looking relatively dignified on this metric. And all districts reporting at least 250 cases have anywhere between 34% and 54% household averaging 3 or more to a room. Where is the space for home quarantine in cities? In New Delhi, the health ministry last week said most cases of coronavirus had been asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic and had advised home isolation for such people. It also said that 65% cases across the country were reported from the metros and big cities. However, the census data suggests, and experts also agree, that the following the ministry guidelines on home quarantine is near impossible, particularly in urban households. The guidelines on home quarantine say the person showing COVID-19 symptoms has to remain isolated in a well ventilated room, preferably with a attached toilet. If another family member needs to stay in the same room, it is advisable to maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between the two, it's stated. So, when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that at least 6 months back, I became aware that multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India and you want to protect your immediate family or extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to our campuses. Across India, the centers, the COVID care protection centers are open, are Adi Kailash in Bididi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tirunnamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam, Tamil Nadu, Pattanam Adinam, Srirangapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, and Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalayam, Erode, Tamil Nadu, and Husur Adinam, Tamil Nadu, and Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to help us as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. First, the multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. The spiritual services offered during pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India, the cosmic revelations on global pandemic. Many various free social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. The first is medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine. The fire safety equipment maintenance, infrastructure to accommodate 1,000, and accommodation for multi-layer quarantine, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, groceries collected for Annadan and organic farming. So if you'd like to save your life, join COVID care protection centers and register now through the link below, which is https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The glimpses from Kailasa's the Department of Health on COVID protection for Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. Immunity boosters and COVID care supplements procurement. The allopathic immune boosters are zinconia, vitamin D, and vitamin C. Through Ayurvedic medicine, immunity boosters are being provided to protect all the residents of Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. Steaming once a day with tulsi, eucalyptus, nochi, and turmeric leaves. All these leaves, the herbal leaves are taken from the healing trees here in Adi Kailasa. Twice a week, consumption of Kabasura Kundini, a mixture of pepper, ginger, and clove, and other ingredients extensively aimed for boosting the lungs, improving the respiratory system, and treating infectious conditions such as cough, cold, and fever. Neelavembu Kundinir to be taken once a week. The Agastya Lehiam 5 days. Talisadi Vatakam 3 to 4 tablets per day for 5 days. Induganta Kashayam, the Amrutostara Kashayam, both for 5 days, 1 teaspoon within 50 ml of warm water. Sudarshana Gulika once every 5 days. Gargling with salt and turmeric twice a day. Spiritual routine Panchakriya, the detoxing the whole body. Haritaki, castor oil, neem juice. Pratama Vinyasakama, the regular daily yoga that we do. Trinetra Kumbhaka and Puja, daily Nitya Puja. The basic sanitation and safety practices are a disposal of soil pads, infected material, and non-biodegradable done through incineration, RO water systems for drinking water, cleansing and sanitization of overhead tanks, a regular DVDing, maintenance and repair of electrical circuits, communication facilities for safety of the residents, and compost pit filling with biodegradables. The diagnosis COVID care quarantine methodologies include immediately upon arrival to the campus, occupants will be quarantined for 15 days. The swab test, the RT-PCR test to be done on day 5 of quarantine. All food handlers to be wearing mask and gloves and keeping distance. Disposal of waste food to be done with gloves and mask. Disposal of gloves and mask by incineration, and in case of an emergency, protective kits ready to hand to take a COVID positive patient to hospital. You can see the picture of the precautionary, the symptoms. The hand washing and infection control. Washing hands as often thoroughly with soap and water or with alcohol based hand sanitizer. Avoid sharing any items such as dishes, drinking glasses, cups, eating utensils, towels, bedding, or other items with other residents in the Adhinam. The mask protection include wear a mask all the times when and if exposed to vendors or outside people. Double layer cotton mask should be changed every day up to 24 hours and can be reused after washing with a detergent and sun dried. If it gets wet by saliva, the secretions or sweat, change it and wear a single a dry mask. The wet mask can be stored in a sealed plastic cover and washed with detergent and reused later. The mask protection, you can see the pictures. The face shield. A face shield will be provided as an extra protective wear for people at the gate interacting with the vendors and outsiders. The use of hand sanitizer, hand washing, regular streaming, taking of preventive kashayams, turmeric salt water gargling, and bathing with washing clothes with history of any exposure. If symptoms appear, which includes cough, fever, difficulty in breathing, he or she should immediately inform the medical person in charge immediately. The standard operating procedures of quarantine includes first line of quarantine, people in the first circle who are in contact with vendors, the area of stay confined to the outermost area where communication with the outside is happening with vendors, etc. The stay in a well ventilated single room, preferably with an attached separate toilet. The person should not come to contact with inmates of Adhinam, especially elderly people, the pregnant women, children, and persons with comorbidities, the hypertension, diabetes, heart problems, asthma, etc. Restrict his or her movement within the area or room, the first line of quarantine. Delivery of packages. All parcels received at the gate to be sanitized, spraying with disinfectant. All deliveries will be contact, contactless delivery. Wearing of free coverings and hand gloves are mandatory if contactless delivery is not an option, or request the delivery to be left in a protected and isolated place. The outer packaging of the item or product will be disposed before it enters the Adhina. Packages will be quarantined before being delivered. All the delivery bags, boxes, and containers will be thrown away after transferring the items to their respective places. The surfaces of the package will be cleaned with a simple disinfectant and left to dry. All hands handling the packaging will be thoroughly washed with soap and water and or antibacterial solution frequently. All mail and packaged products, the non-perishable, will be left outside for 24 hours before using them. Disinfection, the sodium hypochlorite, the bleach or chloride will be used, the 1 teaspoon of bleaching powder in 3 cups. Alcohol at 70 to 90% will also be used for surface disinfection. Clothes to be washed separately with detergent and dried. Sharing of items prevents the spread of the virus. Fever continues for more than 5 days. If some of the warning signs, fever returns to the second week after having been reduced for a day or two. Fever more than 101 Fahrenheit after day 4. Resting heart rate over 110, well, there is no activity happening. Breathlessness, tightness in the chest. Oxygen saturation less than 94% on pulse oximeter. 6-minute walk test. Record the saturation rate before and after. Walking briskly for 6 minutes. If the saturation falls by more than 3%, it is not favorable. And less than 94% is not good too. Relentless cough, the continuous coughing. In campus ambulances, you can see the pictures. Some more pictures of this. The prevention is the best medicine. This is the second line of quarantine. People who come in as newly will be given a separate room with toilet facility. Under no circumstances will they exit the room. The designated quarantine person picks up the food after the person who serves the food is at a safe distance of 6 feet. The food will be placed outside the door. Monitor the temperature, pulse rate, and oxygen saturation levels once a day and more often if the person is symptomatic. Please speak with the medical team. Take paracetamol if temperature is more than 99 Fahrenheit. Ensure good hydration, have a nutritious diet, and stream inhalation twice daily, salt and turmeric hot water gargling twice daily. Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine will be given as per the instructions. Doctor will be contacted if there is worsening of symptoms for specific management, which could be further consultation, investigations, and treatment. Residents will be asked to continue taking medications if they are on any BP, blood pressure, sugar, or heart elements, etc. Doctors will be consulted if conditions pose a higher risk. Residents on medication will be asked to bring 2 months of supply till the Adinam is able to organize the medications for them. Residents will be asked to take a long deep breath, the pranayama, lying prone position on their tummy as much as possible so the lungs expand well. If there are no symptoms, the person will come out of quarantine after the total of 15 days. The test will not be repeated if clinically well. If there are symptoms, the person will need to be retested and need medical opinion and necessary investigations and treatment. Common symptoms which will look out for are fever, sore throat, fatigue, excess tiredness, cough and mostly dry, wet cough in some, body aches, headache, loose stools, vomiting, loss of sense of smell, loss of sense of taste, exhaustion, giddiness, fainting. Previous mentioned symptoms will be provided with immediate evaluation and hospital care. Early detection of these warning signs and identifying the timeline is very crucial for better outcome. These will be monitored very closely and is the most important thing that needs to be done. Identifying day one of symptoms is very crucial in the management with respect to monitoring the treatment protocols. Day one would be when the very first symptom is started. Investigate for possible source of contact. All the people who have come in close contact 3 to 6 feet range with the primary case in the last 3 days need to be isolated separately and the infectivity starts 0 to 3 days before the onset of symptoms, and the infected person shed the virus till 9 days. Any of the above symptoms in various combinations signals the possibility of COVID. even though the same symptoms can happen with any viral infection. In a pandemic, it is to be considered as the possible diagnosis until proven otherwise. Rare presentations are known: rash on body, bluish discoloration of the fingers and toes, sudden onset of breathlessness, heart attack, and strokes, paralysis of the limbs. Any suspect case should be immediately isolated. The RT-PCR test is to be asked for in symptomatic people immediately. The contact will monitor for symptoms and will get tested if any symptoms show up. Else, to wait for 5 days if they continue to be asymptomatic. They check their status thereafter. A negative report ensures they can move into the community. Instructions followed by the lead. Only an assigned member will be tasked with taking care of the quarantine person. Use disposable gloves when cleaning the surfaces or handling any soiled linen of individual. Washing of hands after removing gloves. No visitors will be allowed in the vicinity of the quarantined person. In case the person being quarantined becomes symptomatic, all the close contacts taking care will be quarantined for 15 days and followed up for an additional 15 days or till the report of such a case turns out negative on lab testing. The environmental sanitization includes clean and disinfect frequently touch surfaces in the quarantine person's room, example the bed frames, tables, etc., daily with bleach solution. Clean and disinfect toilet surfaces daily with regular household bleach solution, the phenolic disinfectants. Clean the clothes and other linen used by the person separately using common household detergent and dry. The Adinavasis coming into the Adinam must take the following medical tests. A result to be sent to Ma Santan Lakshmi, and you can email. The email is projected here. Results will be reviewed by the medical team at the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita female campus by Dr. Atmananjana and Dr. Santan Lakshmi and Dr. Ma Chandravidya RN. The medical tests include the blood test, mandatory requirements of medical tests. Blood test, the complete blood count with peripheral smear, blood group type, fasting and postprandial blood sugar, renal function test, blood and serum creatinine, VDRL, HBsAg, HIV, thyroid function tests, serum T3, T4, TSH, ECG, liver function tests, and lipid profile tests. Please get your RT-PCR test for COVID-19 taken 2 days before coming into the Adhinam and send it to the previous mentioned email address to get clearance. The medical team will communicate to the admin of the respective Adhinam with regards to the medical status and approval status. Once communicated to the person should come into the Adhinam within 24 to 48 hours of the test. If there are any pre-existing medical issues like hypertension, diabetics, or any other chronic diseases and comorbid situation, please bring in a recent reports and the prescription from the attending doctor. A medical form will need to be filled in by all the new occupants. A legal disclaimer will also be required to be signed. All the people in the quarantine will be monitored for temperature rise, oxygen status, and other symptoms during the period of quarantine. Anyone with symptoms should be reported immediately. The designated quarantine person will be responsible to monitor the pulse oximeter and temperature daily. The equipment should be sanitized after every use, and knowledge for the same will be given to the medical team. The report of these recordings will be reviewed by the medical team daily. During the quarantine period, certain Ayurvedic and Siddha preparations, streaming, saline, and turmeric water goggle and other immune booster will be given by the caregivers, which has to be followed strictly. The rules and regulations include after 15 days, they can be out of quarantine. Please follow the basic guidelines of living in the Adhinam, some of which are listed below. Smoking, drinking, drugs, substance abuse is strictly prohibited. Consumption of non-vegetarianism food is strictly prohibited. Illicit sex is strictly prohibited. Please follow the basic etiquette like traditional Indian clothing, personal and environmental cleanliness, and hygiene. Maintaining the sanitation of the Adhinam include the following measures below will help prevent in the spread of infections in the Adhinam, such as colds, flu, and stomach bugs, and protect the Adhinavadis. Make sure the workplace are clean and hygienic. Surfaces that are desks and tables and objects that, example, the telephone, keyboards, need to be wiped with the disinfectant regularly to prevent. Promote a regular and thorough hand washing by the Adinavasis. Please keep sanitizing hard rub dispensers in prominent places around the workplace. Make sure these dispensers are regularly refilled. Display posters promoting hand washing. The washing kills the virus on your hands and prevents the spread of infection. Promote good respiratory hygiene in the workplace. Display posters promoting respiratory hygiene. Good respiratory hygiene prevents the spread of infection. Anyone with even a mild cough or low grade fever with 37.3 Celsius or more need to be monitored by health personnel with isolation even if symptoms are mild. They should wear ordinary surgical face masks rather than N95 face masks in their quarantine room. Medications such as paracetamol, ibuprofen, or aspirin may mask symptoms of infection. Ensure and pre-order sufficient supplies and materials, including masks, tissues, and hand sanitizers for all the people. The travel precautions include travel outside of the Adhinam must be discussed with the medical department. No one is leave the premises without approval. Plan of action when someone is infected with COVID-19. The plan should cover putting the ill person in an area where they are isolated from others. Local health authorities will be notified. The medical team have a working relationship with good hospital for and any medical emergency. Please note down emergency contact numbers of the hospitals where you may have to shift people to. All the medical team members and the admins will have it with them for immediate reference. You can see the oxygen concentrators in case of emergency. Join now for the COVID Care Protection Center. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So now we'll have a short break and we are going to move on to the next segment.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected.
All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet Earth flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
Yes. Now, in the Adi Kailasa and other COVID care protection centers, how the morning yoga, the morning spiritual routine is getting implemented. As part of the morning routine, they do the various activities, which includes Nithyananda Yoga, Nitya Puja, the Panchakriya, the Satsang, and taking Kashayams. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, a person who is in love will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day, because that is the time you get near what you are seeking. A person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved, and a person who is seeking will be waiting to spend this 4 hours, because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking, and your seeking takes shape into the system. So when your beloved comes near you, if you are tired, the love is gone. That's dead. So during the morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead, gone. You need to thorough overhauling inside you. You need to ask yourself. You need to question many of your answers. You need to bring pure questioning back to your life. So during as part of the routine, the morning Nithyananda Yoga, which when you do the yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira, the body filled with nectar. It becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. The Panchakriya, which is the Panchakriya, is doing the detoxification of the body. Panchakriya involves 5 processes to remove toxins and impurities from the system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of our body, Panchakriya is a powerful cleansing process which cleanses the internal organs of our body, keeping it cool. These techniques not only cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance our mind and lightness, and that brings to our being. Doing the Nitya Puja every day. The puja, you experience the space of samadhi, the devotion, the space of surrender that occurs to you from this devotion moves you from the I, which is so heavy, to the God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. So, one of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer sacred bath to a Shivalinga while chanting the powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is a deity which beautifully represents the divine. Its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. We sit down and connect with God by performing Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, Paramashiva, O God, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with me. Let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit with that in that power, when we sit with that context and do the action of Rudrabhishekam, we experience the Bhava Samadhi. Only in Bhava Samadhi can give us the highest taste and higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the Bhava Samadhi of Shivoham, that I am divine. You will manifest Shaktis and spiritual powers with morning routine. So, if you just follow this morning 5 hours, enough. You will have a walk Shakti, all Shaktis manifesting in you, because all the obstacles for manifesting Shaktis, tiredness and boredom, pitta, fatigue, and everything will be churned out in that morning 5 hours. The morning puja is the most powerful mandala process, the Shakti Pata, melting your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths, constantly inspiring, engaging, alive, awakening. Just this morning 5 hours, if you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to say that you can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like the morning yoga and Nitya Puja from your home. But there will always be a risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days or after a few weeks. So, living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness try to pull you down, the Sangha will inspire you, help you by giving the wake up call and supporting you to complete your incompletions. So, some of you may be a Shakta, some may be Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Shakta Vedanta, some may be Shaiva Tantra, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva. Some may be Vaidika Shaiva, all kinds of permutations and combinations. We may be each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each Sannyasa Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment signs of alive of that Sampradaya. So, the ecosystem in Adi Kailasa and the other Adinams established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives you that ecosystem, whatever. So join now to protect your life. Register now through the link below, which is https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Now it's time we move on to the next part of our segment. After a short break, and it's time we welcome the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the darshan and the infinite blessings that we're going to receive. And let's sit with the deep space of gratitude and with the deep restful awareness and a strong feeling connection with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We are just a few hours away for the Guru Purnima. On this occasion, let's all offer our gratitude. And now it's time we sit with a deep feeling connection, deep sense of gratitude to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue to chant and sit with the deep, restful awareness and deep space of gratitude and a strong feeling connection.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
and setting model communities. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you help. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by
any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us from all over the world. I know that each and every one of you are eagerly awaiting the Nithyananda Satsang and the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I invite each and every one of you, as we are waiting and as we are eagerly waiting for the next 1 hour to pass, as we are live at 9 p.m. Indian Standard Time with the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, inviting each and every one of you to spend a few minutes now and share in all of the different social media platforms the news that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself will be gracing as and will be here and will be gracing us, each and every one. Now, so make sure that you're going ahead and sharing in all the different social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, wherever you're spending time. Now, in this day and age, many of us are spending at least 4 to 5 hours on social media itself. And we are continuously being able to, we're being able to enrich one another on the social media platform. We are able to meet and socialize with so many different people across the world. And at any given time, there's at least 1 billion people who are on the internet at any given time. So inviting each and every one of you, you can spend that time, the 4 to 5 hours that you spend on the internet, using the internet, and you can speak on the, you can share and enrich with the powerful cognitions from Sanatana Hindu Dharma that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving. And you can see how day in and day out, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously making himself available to each and every one, to every single human being on planet Earth, no matter where they are, no matter what they are doing, or no matter which time zone they might be in. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making himself available through these platforms and ensuring that the great Vedic knowledge of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is transforming the lives of millions continuously. Whether it is on YouTube, where more than 7,000 videos with more than 20,000 cumulative hours of his darshans, dikshas, satsangs, and so much more is being is available for each and every one of you to constantly enrich yourself in any problem, in any for anything during the day. And Oris is on Facebook, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is himself making the different posts and making the different messages for the whole humanity and for the whole global Hindu diaspora, different beautiful messages of Sanatana Hindu, of where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is literally giving us the secrets into how to transform our life. Each and every one of us can benefit so much, literally transform our lives from this extremely productive and extremely auspicious advent of the avatar. Now, not only in YouTube or Facebook, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also available, making himself available on Twitter, as well as other platforms where you might be continuously joining us wherever you are. And every day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is speaking on the latest breakthrough thought current, breakthrough satsang, with so much of upliftment for the whole humanity to achieve this super conscious breakthrough. Yes. So in this next segment, we'll be entering into the next segment we'll be entering into right now is understanding the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we'll be now understanding, and I'm 100% sure, perhaps many of you, or maybe not, if you have not already, you have to know the news that the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And after the tremendous hard work and dedication of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to end violence against women in India and for Hindus around the world, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has brought the persecution against the women ongoing in India and Hindu women of Kailasa especially to the global platform. Now, the UN Special Rapporteur has recognized the amount of work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done to bring out, to give a voice and eliminate the violence against victims and give a voice to the immense amount of number of victims who are out there, who are victims of sexual assault and gender-based violence and femicide due to institutional misogyny and so many different crimes against women, ultimately crimes against humanity. We have been continuously unable to see the way that women in India especially are being continuously attacked. If a woman sees either themselves or their mothers, their grandmothers, their relatives, their cousins, their sister-in-laws and mother-in-laws, every single woman we know has gone through something, has seen in front of their own eyes the amount of violence that has been happening in the streets. And even if we have not gone through it ourselves, we are literally able to see it in the streets. We know when a woman is unable to fend for herself and defend herself. And Hindu women especially have been undergoing persecution and violence in so many different forms for the last 1,000 years. But where is this in the international platform? Where has this been recognized as a history? In our Hindu textbooks, we're not even taught what kinds of crimes the Hindus are undergoing. And unfortunately, due to this, that is why the situation for women will continue to worsen if we don't do something now. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only hope, even for ending violence against women. Today, in this next segment, I'd like to briefly go over with each and every one of you the details of the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and against the women of Kailasa. Yes, so now, I just like to briefly go over the timeline of the 2012 attack, where 16 women of Kailasa were arbitrarily arrested illegally, and even some who were brutally raped and gang raped and assaulted by extremists who are being powered by institutional forces. Now, on the 7th of June 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism held a press meeting to reveal the truth about the false accuser and the media mafia attack 2 times in a single day. The media mafia leader, Ajit, filed a police complaint alleging that he was slapped, and specifically that his belly was slapped. On the 8th of June, the second press meeting to reveal what was going on during the previous day, to tell the truth again, was being held. And again, the media mafia attacked. The state chief minister had entered the district administration to come up with detailed report regarding to the situation in around the premise of Nithyananda Ashram in Bidadi. And this is the Adi Kailasa Sarvagya Pita. And then on the 10th of June, media reports revealed the state was planning to illegally take over the Adinam or the temple monastery. On the 11th of June 2012, the government orders sealing of the Adinam, the temple monastery, and the police executed a search, seal, and seize and curfew order. First of all, this is an absolutely illegal act against a religious institution in India. How can they even surmise being able to take control of a religious institution? Would they do this to other religious institutions? These are the fundamental questions that we have to ask. The police continued to execute this search, seize, and curfew order until the 12th of June 2012. And not only that, children inside of the Adinam had to go hungry because police and because the authorities in check would not allow them to have food even. The next slide, please. And this led to the events on the 13th of June 2012. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had gone to court seeking anticipatory bail for the malicious FIR by media mafia and namely the anti-Hindu element extremist Ajit. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's council could not secure the anticipatory bail as hearing was purposely adjourned for the next day. And the state government filed another false case using police justification propaganda alleging that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was a threat to the peace and again illegally arrested the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Millions of us devotees around the world were absolutely devastated to hear that once again the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was arrested and illegally done so after seeing literally with our own eyes the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undergo 53 days with undergoing absolute torture, death threats, even attempts to kill him. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had to go under the illegal custody of the state authorities again in 2012. And this time, without anyone understanding or knowing what was happening. The next slide, please. On the 13th of June 2012 is when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came to seek anticipatory bail. And since 2010, the anti-Hindu terrorists and anti-Guru mafia had attacked the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and tried all kinds of character and assassination against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism until they found that they were not able to shake or destroy the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The strategic move of the anti-Hindu military forces was to threaten and attack the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and put their future into insecurity. And on the 11th of June 2012, the CM of Karnataka ordered for the sealing of the ashram, the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, and the temple. The summoning of the medical records by the USA court debunking the false case against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was a slap on the face of the state police media mafia nexus. They tried everything to suppress this truth and intensify the attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to somehow eliminate or break him. They tried the ultimate weapon, threatening the lives of and future of disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the anti-Hindu terrorists and anti-Guru Hindu mafia knew the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will do any tyaga to protect his disciples and the truths of Hinduism. That is where they hit the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and held hostage the future of the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did the sarva parityaga of himself as he came to court seeking anticipatory bail, very well knowing he will not get justice and instead he will be facing an assassination attempt, inhuman tortures, dehumanization, and more. On the 11th of June 2012, the chief minister had illegally ordered the arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the arbitrary and illegal arrest, the search and seal of the temple property, and the seal of the Adinam, the arbitrary and illegal seal of the Adinam, and the enforcing the curfew on the residents of the Adinam. Not more than 4 could even stand to talk to each other anywhere in their own home. This was the illegal curfew imposed on private property, and where the right to life was denied. Now, in the Jewish Holocaust also, we saw that even there, the prayers were absolutely banned by the Nazi forces, and all of the Jewish people had to do their prayers, their rituals in hiding. In the same way, during these days, all of the residents inside of the Adi Kailasa Sarvangapeetham, while it was taken over by the government forces, people had to do puja in hiding and not even be able to talk to their family members. And here we're seeing another media article where the CM orders sealing of the Nithyananda Ashram. On the 12th of June 2012, state persecuting the victim rather than the perpetrator of the crime to task, the chief minister orders for the monastery to be sealed. And here the CM ordered the sealing of Nithyananda Ashram. And this meant that the ordered the district administrator to work out plans to seize the temple land, and ordered the regional commissioner to use a heavy hand and ordered the state police to seize temple assets and property. And again, we're seeing the media articles here. We're saying not Nithya is Viradi land the target, and arrest Nithya, follows ashram, and orders the CM. These are media articles that were publicized during that time. And here we're seeing the plan to make the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism helpless, homeless, and resourceless. On the 5th of March 2010, this is a clipping from Dinakaran newspaper where it says the Internal Affairs Minister, Secretary of the Interior of the atheistic state government of Tamil Nadu announced that the government would take over private temple monastery complex of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the following days, on 11th, 12th, and 12th June of the 2012 attack, the search, seize, and enforce curfew was implemented without investigation, without following the law, without even needing anything. Yes. And on the 11th and 12th of June, we saw the state police seizes the temple property, seals the monastery, enforces a curfew, and displaces hundreds of residents. On the 11th of June, the superintendent of state police illegally raided the temple with 100 officers from several government departments. And administrative units of the temple monastery complex illegally sealed the ashram. And as you can see, these locks were put in place by the enforcement, and who had literally been trying to ensure that all of the residents of the Adinam were not even able to go inside the rooms of their own Adinam, of their own home. On the 13th of June, we saw illegal arrest and again illegal arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came to court for anticipatory bail and for a fabricated offense that that too bailable, surprisingly, it was adjourned to the next day, deliberately leaving open for the pre-planned arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The illegal arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism paraded the media mafia by the police, kept in an undisclosed location. And here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being literally hounded by the media mafia and the police as he was arrested illegally.
மீண்டும் போலீசாரால் கைது செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளார்.
This is absolutely terrifying footage of so many henchmen, armed people inside of the mob, and somehow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being able to make it just a 10-foot distance from the police station entrance to the car that was supposed to take him and supposed to safeguard him. But during this time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's life was in the hands of the anti-Hindu militant forces. And this footage is absolutely terrifying. What makes each and every one of us feel so, which makes each and every one of us absolutely terrified at what could have happened in just one wrong move, one hand movement gone wrong, or anything. We can really see here how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is literally being manhandled, pushed, pulled by the anti-Hindu militant forces. And the superintendent on the 13th of June, the superintendent of the police, Anupam Agarwal, had grabbed hold of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this photograph as if to pose to mainstream media mafia and to legitimize the off-the-grid illegal detainment, which was called protective custody. In the legal language, mainstream media aired false news claiming the illegal arrest was related to the fake, false rape allegation. These 600 policemen pushed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into a car and took him to an undisclosed location. The state, on the chief minister's orders, mobilized a 600 battalion paramilitary force and fueled in the 3 crore rupees, or $500,000, for the unlawful Baudi arrest and parade of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism throughout the Bangalore city, to falsely project him as a criminal. This was the main plot points of the genocide attack by the state police media access. And over 600 police personnel were stationed within the court premises in 2-pronged attack mode. On the orders of the chief minister, a battalion of 600 men, paramilitary police forces, and additional forces were deployed to illegally arrest the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Then they paraded him throughout the city to showcase as if the big terrorist had been arrested. Again, $500,000 of public taxpayers' money was spent on this exercise. and how the state executes second unlawful arrest. Here. In an article on the 13th of June 2012, it executes the second unlawful arrest. Here we can see this article. Have you ever heard of any religious leader or supreme pontiff being illegally arrested? Have you ever heard of such a leader being illegally arrested twice for false allegations? And here we have an article. Oh, we can go back to the left. Here we have an article where it says, during the arrest last week and subsequent release, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had over 800 policemen on duty. The cost, which was rupees 15 lakh, all this for a man who was accused of rape. The Bangalore police said when Sonia Gandhi came to Bangalore, there are about 700 to 800 cops on duty for that too, and only for a big function and thousands who are gathering. Can we just see why 800 policemen were deployed in order to illegally detain a peaceful sannyasi? What were they trying to do? Why were they trying to do it? The next slide, please. It shows here that this was a full-blown attack, a planned attack against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here it says, Inspector General of Police Bhaskar Rao confirmed to Express that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism remained in judicial custody and is being shifted. He said, today we have deployed over 600 policemen personnel inside the court. We cannot risk keeping him in Ramanagara for security reasons. Why are they trying to make a peaceful sadhu, a sannyasi, somebody who has dedicated his whole life in service of humankind, into such a violent being? Why does there need to be 600 to detain someone so peaceful? Yes, we can go on to the next one. Here we have how the lawyer of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had been denied to serve the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He humbly pleaded by himself in front of the district magistrate, I am not disturbing public peace, but if you feel that me being here is going to disturb the public peace, I will stay away from Bidadi. I will not have any press meet. This is what this heartbreaking photograph is showing. And on the 15th of June 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally detained. He was not allowed to perform the 2,000-year-old unbroken daily religious ritual as the pontiff of the most ancient papal state in the world. Never before, even during the past 2,000 years of various invasions of India, this sacred ritual had been stopped. And another article where it shows Nithyananda devotees filed habeas corpus petition because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was literally kidnapped by so many different authorities, and even the devotees did not even know where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was. They were pushed to file a habeas corpus. The next slide, please. On the 15th of June, we saw the actions taken for bail. The bail was secured for the release of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And again, we're seeing how the pillars of Hinduism are being attacked. Three major sections of society, which paradoxically today are labeled as the vulnerable or weaker sections of society, are women, children, and monks. In Hinduism, they're in fact the foundation pillars of society. Researchers in the editorial journal published in British Medical Journal wrote how rape has been historically used as a strategic weapon. Very clearly, the editorial mentions this as a strategy to eliminate or cleanse religious or political groups. In the Tamil month of Vaikamsi, the tyrant King Alauddin Khilji of Delhi Sultanate sent his commander Malik Kafur to attack and loot the Ranganatha Swami temple in Srirangam. And in 1323, the tyrant King Khilji of the Delhi Sultanate sent his army to the Ranganatha Swami temple, and this attack killed 13,000 people. However, sacrifice of just less than 70 Devadasis led by Velle Ammal stopped this massacre. The army of the Sultanate looted a lot of gold from the temple. However, the army also wanted to seize the deity of Lord Ranganatha Nam Perumal, which they believed was made of pure Arbanji gold. And the Vaishnavite Acharya, Pillai Lokacharya, decided to safeguard the Lord Ranganatha Nam Perumal, Bhagavan Mahavishnu, the deity, and he concealed himself and planned an escape along with the deity to Madurai. Similarly, it was planned that the goddess Ranganayaki or Mahalakshmi would be taken to another location by a separate group. And to protect Lord Ranganatha, Velle Ammal gave the ultimate sacrifice. Fearing the forces would capture the Acharya and the deity, Vellaya distracted the commander by performing a dance. She performed the dance for several hours and thus gained time for the Acharya, Pillai Lokacharya, to escape with the deity of Lord Ranganatha. Her dance lasted for hours together. And the commander touched her, something which a chaste Dasi of Lord Ranganatha could never tolerate. Like this, finally, she took the commander to the eastern Gupuram and pushed him down. The commander fell and died. After killing him, Velle Ammal jumped off the tower and chanting the name of Ranganatha. Meanwhile, the enemy's army used mechanical devices to throw a large amount of oil. 69 Devadasis doused themselves in oil, immolated themselves, and jumped down on the invading army, setting them afire. The ferocious sacrifice of these Hindu Devadasis' mothers protected the temple and stopped the massacre of any more people. And it was due to this sacrifice, the sacrifice of one woman, that saved so many people. Now, it has come time in order to get ready for the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the Divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the Divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே அண்டம் முழுதும் சிவாச்சி மலர வருகவே அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே நடைமுடி ஆண்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே கையிலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கையிலை நாதனே கருணை வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூப்பி நீ வருக வருகவே அகிலோ தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே நீ இன்றி விரிவேறு எங்களை காத்திடவே என் இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பாடியவே கருணையில் உதித்த அருணாச்சலனே அகிலோ தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே நீ இன்றி விரிவேறு எங்களை காத்திடவே இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பார்த்திடவே நாயகனே பித்தகனே பரமருளே ஞானத்து திருவருளே கண்கோடி வேண்டும் கால காலனை காண பவனி வர அவனி ஆடினதே கண்ணிமையும் கண்ணசையும் கருணையின் இருப்பிடமே செவ்விடம் உன்னடையும் ஆனந்தத்தின் நிலையாகுமே ஆனந்தமாய் வாழ மிக ஆண்டவனே ஏறி வந்தாய் கனியாகும் உந்தன் கருணையிலே நாகும் உந்தன் வருகையிலே எங்கள் வேண்டுதற்காய் சிறுசிறி தந்தாயே எங்கள் வேண்டுதற்காய் பாரம் தந்தாயே உயிர் தந்து உயிருக்கு புல் தந்து விலக்கி தந்து சிவனடி சேர்ந்திட சித்தத்தின் சிவனருள் நிலைத்திடவா பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு பல்லாயிரத்தாண்டு பன்னாடு சென்றாலும் தென்னாடு நின்னாடு முப்பத்து முக்கோடி தேவர்கள் வாராரு வாராரையா எங்க கொண்டசாமி வாராரையா கொண்டாடு கொண்டாடையா இந்த நாள கொண்டாடையா கொண்டாடு வந்தாரையா எங்க குலசாமி வந்தாரையா தந்தாரு தந்தாரையா இந்த ஆனந்த தந்தாரையா திசையெங்கும் முரசு கொட்ட வெட்டு காட்டி வாராரையா வாராரு வாராரையா எங்க கொண்டசாமி வாராரையா கொண்டாடு கொண்டாடையா இந்த நாள கொண்டாடையா கொண்டாடு வந்தாரையா எங்க குலசாமி வந்தாரையா தந்தாரு தந்தாரையா இந்த ஆனந்த தந்தாரையா
ईशानभूताय सदाशिवाय तत्पुरुष वक्त्राय महेश्वराय अघोर हृदयाय रुद्रेश्वराय वामेश्वराय स्थितिकारणाय सत्यस्वरूपाय सृजनेश्वराय स्वागतं स्वागतं स्वामिन् ते स्वागतम् अस्माकं हृदये भोः सुस्वागतं ते स्वागतं स्वागतं स्वामिन् ते स्वागतम् अस्माकं हृदये भोः सुस्वागतं ते ब्रह्मस्वरूपं शिवशक्तियैक्यं डमरुककरतिरुशूलम् आह्वानहस्तम् काषायवस्त्रं राजसन्न्यासं वन्देहं परमहंस नित्यानन्द सद्गुरुम् श्रीजगद्गुरु स्वागतं स्वागतं स्वामिन् ते स्वागतम् अस्माकं हृदये भोः सुस्वागतं ते स्वागतं स्वागतं स्वामिन् ते स्वागतम् अस्माकं हृदये भोः सुस्वागतं ते संसारे आरण्य अत्यन्तकारे कौमुदी गुरुरेव शरणं संसारे आरण्य अत्यन्तकारे कौमुदी गुरुरेव शरणं द्वन्द्वस्य जालेनु तप्तोऽहं पाहि मामद्वैतमौषधं गुरुपादशरणं द्वन्द्वस्य जालेनु तप्तोऽहं पाहि मामद्वैतमौषधं गुरुपादशरणं कल्याणन्द गुरवे शरणं 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 अज्ञाननाशकं ज्ञानविवर्धनं ज्ञानपदस्य रूपं तं नतोऽहं भक्तिप्रदायकं पापविमोचकम् आगमज्ञानभवलोकवेशज्ञानेश्वरा नित्येश्वरा अरुणेश्वरा योगीश्वरा सर्वकारणा विश्वमूर्तये सर्वात्मने शिवशम्भवे भूतपदके सात्विक रूपा बहुलाय कृतिवाससे स्वागतं स्वागतं स्वामिन् ते स्वागतम् अस्माकं हृदये भोः सुस्वागतं ते स्वागतं स्वागतं स्वामिन् ते स्वागतम् अस्माकं हृदये भोः सुस्वागतं ते ब्रह्मस्वरूपं शिवशक्तियैक्यम्
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty is the existential declaration not only existential experience, existential experiential declaration of Paramashiva. He is consciously sovereign, his holographic existence, all of us are also consciously sovereign. Listen. I'll give you the deeper truths, sacred secrets, revelations. Listen to this intensely. Sit in Shaktipada and Shaktinipada. Listen to these truths. I will fix your inner mechanism to manifest conscious sovereignty. Listen. I'll fix your inner mechanism to manifest conscious sovereignty. Please understand. Conscious sovereignty is multidimensional. It is not one-dimensional. Understand? It is very focused, concentrated, thick, but multidimensional. Like a sun rays. Every ray has the quality of that sun, intense heat, power, energy, light, but not just one ray, multidimensional. Paramashiva, his conscious sovereignty is multidimensional. Ma Paramashiva Priya, Ma Nitya Paramashiva Priya. I saw your message. I will liberate that peacock which comes for Satsang regularly. I'll take care. Don't worry. Listen. Conscious sovereignty is multidimensional. unclutching is not switching off, it is actually switching on Paramashiva in your brain. Unclutching will remove all the unnecessary clutter. It will unclutter your brain. You evolve a very powerful conscious thinking process. That's why I say I work on your body and the mechanism, inner mechanism, not on your mind. See, mind is so rooted in the fear and delusion. It always projects all its fears are the truth. As I said, mind is a shit. I don't work on it. I work only on your inner mechanism, biomemory, muscle memory. Mind binds you with wrong beliefs. I'll tell you one small incident. One guy came to my guru, Isaki Swamigal, who talks very less usually. I still remember this incident. He came to Isaki Swamigal for stomach pain, some constipation or some stomach pain. And he was complaining because of that stomach pain. All his joy is lost. He used to be all the time joyful, smiling. Because of the stomach pain, everything is lost. Isaki Swami just gave a little vibhuti and asked him, apply it on your stomach and sleep. Come back after 24 hours. That guy was filled with doubt and frustration, saying, oh, I am suffering with this stomach pain for last 80 years and you are giving me little vibhuti and asking me to apply it on the stomach, not even giving something for me to take inside as the medicine. In Indian villages, I have seen, only if you do big treatment, you are a big doctor. You have to make that fellow lie down, put many injection, and if possible, even IV. If you do big, then you become a big doctor. Isaki Swamigal is a Hindu doctor, Hindu Vaidya. He knows all the methodology, even modern medicine. He used to even give injections if needed. He has made himself as a self-taught. Even in modern medicine, of course, the traditional Vaidya Shastra he learnt from his Guru Parampara, very traditional way. Anyhow, he gave this vibhuti. That guy was ranting, but Isaki Swami did not answer. He just kept quiet. That fellow went and tried applying on the stomach and sleeping. As usual, as it is supposed to happen, he became all right, completely all right. Not only the stomach pain disappeared, the bleeding he used to have stopped. He ran and came back. He said, I'm completely all right. But still there is no joy in his face. Bhagavan asked, Isaki Swami asked, Ippa sandosham thane? Now you are happy, na? He said, no, happiness has to come from inside, na? Only if it comes from inside, I can be happy. He smiled and said, being sad, you built it with a lot of effort. convincing you with false ideas, logic. But to be happy, you expect it should come from automatically within. It's like you dump 1 ton shit on a diamond and you expect the diamond should shine beyond the shit you dumped. You consciously dumped sadness on you, multiple times convincing you. See, as a baby, we are all bubbly, excited, joyful, natural existence. The existential reality was joy and excitement, jumping, dancing. You convinced yourself with millions of ideas, millions of times to become sad. And after you are successful in making you sad, you expect joy should come automatically. Hey, jump like a baby, laugh, roll. That is your natural existence. That is your natural way. See Papa's Kandamata and do. That is your natural way of existence. Your sadness is artificial. But your mind is so cunning, it makes you believe your happiness should be natural. Your happiness is natural. But you dumped so much sadness on you, you made your sadness like natural. Then naturally you have to break it and reclaim your joy as natural. So understand first your joy, jumping, excited, inspired state is your nature. You made it disappear from your life and you made sadness natural. So now it is your responsibility to reclaim your original nature and jump. That's what they call it. They say in English, there is a proverb, fake it till you make it. You don't even need to fake it. It is your original status. Jump, dance, it's your original status. Be blissful, it's your original status. You just need to reclaim. Whoever believes, listen carefully. Listen sincerely. Listen intensely. This truth can change the whole lifestyle, charya of you. Lifestyle of you. Listen. Listen carefully. Listen intensely. If you believe, it has to come from inside, feeling excited, joy, love. Till then, what can I do? Over. You are self-imprisoned, self-chained, self-bound by the wrong idea. It is like a Hindus drinking the poison of anti-Hinduism and working against Hinduism. It's like part of your own body start destroying your body, autoimmune disorder. You believing false ideas, wrong ideas is autoimmune disorder of consciousness. I have always seen people say, oh, I don't want to act as if I am very happy. I want to show myself happy only when I am really happy. And I'll show my smile, love, excitement only when I am really feeling it. I don't want to fake it. Okay, then be with your shit. Who says no? You started faking sadness and made it. You faked it and made it over. With the sadness, you applied the principle of fake it till you make it. But you don't want to apply the same principle of fake it till you make it for happiness and joy and love. Because you feel with joy, love, happiness, excited, people exploit you. That is the most stupid idea. Your conscious sovereignty makes you so useful to everyone. Neither you will feel people are exploiting you, nor anyone will exploit you. You will just be in your peak. Hey, there's so much happens around me. So many people from the so-called followers, devotees are from so many angles. People use me and throw me. But no way that stops me being useful to people or being joyful or being excited. Being useful to people is my lifestyle. I am Ganga. I will flow. I will flow is my success. I don't care about people using me, throwing on me, throwing in me. I don't care about anything. I enjoy, celebrate flowing like Ganga. Anyone who thinks as my extension will experience conscious sovereignty and will be part of Kailasa. There is nothing called use and throw. There is nothing called being exploited. If you are not joyful, thinking, oh, if I am loving, joyful, caring, others exploit me, get their way, and believing this false idea, delusion, if you are not happy, blissful, excited, loving, caring, then you are destroying your very existence. You are destroying your very existence. Constantly. I'll radiate me. Joy, love, excitement, bliss. Whatever I can give, go on giving. And I don't even allow the memory of somebody using me, dumping me, using me, and then abusing me. I try to protect my existence. I don't allow people to destroy me or my inner space. See, even if people made me change my ideas about me, hey, if I am all the time excited, loving, caring, hugging, showering, people use and throw me, exploit me, even if I allow that idea and change my lifestyle, I am gone. My enemies are successful. No! I am excited, loving, joyful, caring, living bliss, and being as useful as I can in every way. And I will continue to be like this. I will only make myself more and more. Tomorrow you guys are having one of the most wonderful gift, unimaginable gift. See, Hinduism, the basic scriptures of Hinduism, basic sacred text of Hinduism, foundational text of Hinduism, Vedas, Vedas and Agamas, that is called Shruti, Vedagamas. And foundational principle texts of Hinduism, rooted on that Vedagamas, is Prasthanatraya, Upanishad, Brahma Sutra, Bhagavad Gita, these three. All sampradayas of Hinduism accept this foundation. See, each sampradaya gives their own understanding. For example, Dvaita Sampradaya gives their own understanding about this Prasthanatraya. Advaita Sampradaya gives their own understanding and revelations about Prasthanatraya. Visishtadvaita Sampradaya gives their own understanding and revelations about Prasthanatraya. But the fundamental scriptures, the foundational scriptures of Hinduism, of all sampradayas, non-controversially agree. Vedagama, Shruti and Prasthanatraya. All sampradayas agree. Even Buddhism and Jainism, they may not accept some parts of Vedas, some ideas of Vedas, but they neither deny nor can deny the whole Vedic civilizational ecosystem or the source. Because the very principles of Buddhas, Nirvana, Mahanirvana, all the principles of Buddha is from the Upanishads directly. Mahanirvana Upanishad and all other Upanishads. Listen. By the grace of Paramashiva, Paramashiva himself, with the grace of Saraswati, Mahasaraswati, he manifested and completed ultimate revelations of the exact, precise, sacred secrets and truths revealed in this Prasthanatraya, and it has now come out. It is compiled as a book. Basic foundational sacred texts of Hinduism is ready. Tomorrow it will be released. It will be given as a gift to the whole humanity. I am not going to sell it. I am releasing it tomorrow in the Digi version for Guru Purnima as a gift to all of you. And it is going to be printed, I don't know, millions or billions in the future. This book forms the basis of Hinduism, Prasthanatraya. My revelations, Paramashiva's direct revelations on Prasthanatraya, through Prasthanatraya, is beautifully compiled from all my satsangs, classes, programs, sessions, and my own writings. It's all compiled. It's a It's real sincere work. I don't want to say hard work, but sincere work done by Ma Achala and her team. She has a team and they have compiled it so well. Tomorrow it is going to be given to you all as a gift. Every time when I bring up with this kind of gift, people say, Swamiji, why don't we think of monetizing this? And always my disciples who really care for me, it's not that they are bad people, they really care for me. They remind me, Swamiji, when you have been put in jail, we did not have even 10 lakh rupee. Actually, if there was a 10 lakh rupee, I would have come out. We need to pay to the lawyer, a very senior counsel, efficient lawyer, 10 lakh rupee to appear. There was nobody to bet 10 lakh rupee, million rupee on my head. And I neither have a penny nor bank account. Nothing is in my name, nothing I had. I never possessed anything. Everything was public charitable trust and everything was all I worked continuously. Now, the 40th Chaturmasya. Tomorrow, I think 40th or 41st, I don't know. The Chaturmasya. Find out 40th or 41st Chatur. Tomorrow, 41st Chaturmasya. And 41st Chaturmasya, and at the age of 16 had Yoga Pattabhishekam and took charge of the inheritance from my gurus and started my public life, worked for years internationally, made an international organization. By 2010 we have been already an international organization with a large wealth, assets everywhere. But there was nobody to bet 10 lakh on my head to pay for lawyer, legal fee. So that was the reason I had to be I was put in prison illegally, and it took time to gather that money and get bail and all that. The disciples who are very devoted to me, they remind me, Swamiji, don't you remember that? We did not have a 10 lakh rupee to get you out in bail. Those sincere people who are with me, those sannyasis, even they did not have that money at that time. So they were sannyasis. So they always tell me, why don't we monetize all these little and keep little money at least in your name? I said, forget about it. If I change my ideas about life, then my enemies are successful. No. My conscious sovereignty is all about manifesting the Sadgunas of Paramashiva. Bliss, Tyaga, love, dharmic administration. I will administer only centered on dharma. Anything. This is my Sadguna. I will continue to manifest only this. Even 2 days before, when I wanted to release this book, few people suggested, Swamiji, can we say just $1? So we can get some money get some money in your name, because all the books I authored, I become naturally copyright owner, author, so that royalty can come in my name. That was their thought current. I said nothing doing. Paramashiva said very clearly, No question of monetizing knowledge. It is He gave this knowledge. It cannot be monetized. And He will protect me. He was protecting me. He is protecting me. He will protect me. I know that. I cannot change my ideas about life, about me, or my lifestyle for somebody else exploiting me or using me and throwing me. No. This is conscious sovereignty. Understand? If you think joy has to come from inside for me to smile, I don't want to act as if I'm happy, you are destroyed by yourself. You have chained yourself by yourself. You lost your conscious sovereignty. Nobody else has taken it away. Decide. Your conscious sovereignty is your conscious sovereignty. Don't allow your enemies to impact your inner space, others to impact your inner space. Decide, my joy, my love, my bliss, my tyaga, all my sadgunas are my conscious sovereignty. All the sadgunas are my conscious sovereignty. Declare that and manifest that. Constantly accusing, showing the fingers. See, you can put the facts whenever you need to get justice, but the external happenings should not take away your conscious sovereignty from you. If I agreed to monetize my books because I am the author and because the people who used me for so many years did not spend just few lakh rupee to get me out in bail, if I change my stand and monetize it and keep as my personal wealth or cross Paramashiva's instruction, then my enemies are successful. No. I won't give up my conscious sovereignty. I won't give up my conscious sovereignty. Understand? Your conscious sovereignty should not be lost in the name of some injustice done to you, unfair. All that stupid ideas. Delusion is you believing self-destructive ideas strongly as right and making your lifestyle based on that. That is delusion. That is the worst destruction. That is the most destroying pattern, binding yourself. Listen, I tell you, your Paramashivatva is your glory. Your Paramashivatva is your conscious sovereignty. Hey, my tyaga is the way I exist. One very important person, a very big decision maker in India, when he met me, he said, Swamiji, first time I'm seeing you, but Nityananda means anyone I talk, or even in my own memory, we remember only your white smile, Swamiji, and ability to smile at the face of all atrocities done on you. They all said, see, we don't know whether you did something wrong or so much of wrong being done to you. You did wrong or you have been wronged. In any situation, you are able to keep your smile and joy, and people are able to remember you only that way. That is something too much. I tell you, that is the way I am. That is my conscious sovereignty. I tell you all, decide this. Take this as a Guru Purnima gift from me. Contemplate on this. Tonight, whole night, I will give you all Shaktipada and Shaktinipada. By tomorrow morning, wake up with this. Bliss, love, joy, radiating Paramashivatva, Paramashiva's Tyaga. All this is my conscious sovereignty. I will fake it till I make it. That's it. Even if I have to, I will fake it till I make it. And you don't need to fake it. It is your nature. It is your existential reality. Reclaim it. That's it. You are not faking it. Even when you are faking it, you are reclaiming it. Faking means what? You don't have enough gold, but you print currency. That is fake currency. If you have enough gold and you print currency, it is reclaiming. So, you already have the gold inside. You are Paramashiva. It is your nature. And now with the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada, it is guaranteed. So print the currency called smile, love, bliss, excited, dance, joy, tyaga, all the best things. It is not fake currency. You are reclaiming your reality. So understand, the difference between fake currency and real currency. If you have enough gold backing and you print currency, it's a real currency. If you don't have enough gold backing and you just print currency, it is fake currency. That's all. So if you print your smile, joy, bliss, jumping, dancing, love, tyaga, everything, without expecting for you to feel. Even if you fake it, you are not faking it, you are reclaiming it. Paramashivatva is your nature, and now I am giving it as Shaktipada and Shaktinipada to you, awakening it. So, Yogini Nityapriya is sending a message, Swamiji, please write one book, My Smile Liberates. Actually, I should write, Our Smile Liberates. When you smile seeing my smile, you are liberated. Listen carefully. When you smile seeing my smile, you are liberated. So I should say, our smile liberates. My smile liberates is too small, only one component. I should say, your smile seeing my smile liberates you. Our smile liberates. Understand? Even if needed, fake it till you make it. The joy, tyaga, I tell you, my biggest success is I never allowed my enemies, the people who attack me, abuse me, try to assassinate me, all those gang, I never allowed them to dent my conscious sovereignty. Because of that, my conscious sovereignty guided me properly, gave me strength, energy, whatever needed to protect me from all the attacks. I tell you, if you allow frustration, sadness inside you, your enemies are successful. If you allow frustration and sadness, if you reduce your capacity to love, if you reduce your tyaga, if you reduce your activism, your enemies are successful. It's not that just only once I have been used and thrown. People who benefited by me did not bet 10 lakh when I was in prison. I have seen multiple times. But I never allow that to dent my conscious sovereignty. I say very clearly, being a tyagi is my Paramashivatva. I cannot dent my conscious sovereignty. I tell you. Learn unclutching just to declutter your brain. See that. Listen carefully. If your brain is cluttered, instead of attacking your delusion, you attack your real life. You attack good people who are supporting in your life, people who are protecting you, you think they are binding you and you try to kill them. Hey, if you remove them from your life, you will be destroyed. They are protecting you, not binding you. Many times, due to your delusion, you get angry on people who are protecting you as binding you. I have seen how the deluded people decide. Deluded people falsely identify their friends, falsely identify their enemies. Actually, deluded people, they think people who are nice to them, sweet to them are their friends. Fool. People who are feeling responsible for you are your friends. Not very nice and sweet. I've always seen these abusers. They'll be very nice to people, but not responsible for people. I'll be very ferocious because I am responsible for you. People who feel responsible for you are good people. Not very nice, sweet. Ooh, ooh, ooh. One fellow who was having mood swing came and asked me, Swamiji, people who are against you are telling me all these things and brainwashing me, asking me to come out of the Kailasa. I said, okay, are they going to accommodate you and create an ecosystem for you to evolve enlightenment and spirituality, power manifestation? Are they ready? No, Swamiji, they are not ready for that responsibility. Then why are you believing them? I am here to take the responsibility. I am ready to take the responsibility. Even if I have some problems in fulfilling, or you have some problems in abiding with it, we can work it out. I am ready to take the responsibility. Is anyone saying that they will take the responsibility and build an ecosystem for you? Then go. He said, no, Swami. Then understand, people who are ready to take the responsibility for you are the right people. Your friends. Not those who are nice, sweet. Tomorrow is 41st Chaturmasya. Actually, we will be starting the rituals day after tomorrow. This time, the Purnima is coming in 2 days. Like tomorrow, the 23rd, morning 8 o'clock only Purnima is starting. There are some rituals which need to be done during sunrise, like Maheshwara Puja. So that we will be doing it day after tomorrow, means 24th, because 24th only during sunrise, the Purnima Tithi is there. But there are other rituals, long rituals, which are supposed to be done, has to be done by tomorrow. We will be doing them by tomorrow. And there are some more rituals need to be done after Maheshwara Puja, that we will be doing it day after tomorrow. So both days there will be celebrations and rituals. This time there are many wonderful things. First, as I said, the great gift from Paramashiva is coming to all of you. One more beautiful thing. Skandamata is going to start our Chaturmasya tomorrow. Tomorrow, Skandamata is going to start our Chaturmasya. And maybe before Navaratri, the completion, she will reach Kailasa to complete the Chaturmasya. So, I show her. Is she there? Whenever I utter her name, she knows. She knows I am talking about her. And she'll jump, come in front of the screen and roll, jump, whirl to give her attendance to me. Enama? So, the Chaturmasya. There are so many more wonderful things happening. Anybody who has taken Krama can start the Chaturmasya, but should be only inside our campus, like Biddi or Indian ashrams. Only inside Indian ashrams, we can provide all the things needed for Chaturmasya. The ambience and ecosystem. Chaturmasya is mainly focused on building Shastra and Shastra, both, like a building the knowledge and body, both. Chaturmasya has many beautiful memories about Hinduism, because all great masters have done Chaturmasya. It also has some painful memories because during this Chaturmasya, sadhus will not touch weapon. Naga sadhus will drop weapons and focus on building the body and knowledge, Shastra. Many times the Islamic invaders, the other anti-Hindu terrorists, the terrorists who are anti-Hindus, they come and attack the Hindu temples, monasteries and capture. Only during Chaturmasya, 99% of the temple we lost. Because the anti-Hindu gang, they know for any reason, Naga sadhus will not touch weapon during this Chaturmasya. It's banned. So because they don't have weapon, it is easy to kill them, destroy them. So they attack. It's a most cunning strategy adopted by terrorists and the invaders to destroy Hindu temples or take away the monasteries, to grab Hindu temples, all that. Anyhow, we have both side memories, but this Chaturmasya Vrata kept Hinduism alive, the spiritual tradition alive, because this is the time sadhus rejuvenate themselves and re-inspire themselves and build the Shastra Jnana, conscious sovereignty, and the body for conscious sovereignty. This 4 months, people focus only on that. So all over the world, all of us can focus on building conscious sovereignty and the spiritual knowledge during this Chaturmasya, and the body to radiate conscious sovereignty. So understand, stop this self-binding delusion. And slowly, when your delusions sink in you, you feel them as a reality. You feel the nightmares are really, really real. Like sometime, if you are in too much of fear, you don't know whether you are still in nightmare or you woke up. Because still you will be in that fear. And you will find wrong reasons for your fear and be taking all wrong decisions to get out of fear due to your fear. As I said, it's like a drug. It's like a mental drug. I should say, mind and mental disorder, these two are not two separate words. Mind itself is a mental disorder only. Let's work on manifesting conscious sovereignty, the soul chaturmasya, and build the body to manifest conscious sovereignty. I tell you, most of the time, your mind is occupied by demonic qualities. By and by, they become actually like independent intelligence. Like, see, parasites in you become independently alive sometime. By eating your life, they start manifesting life. Same way, these demonic qualities, by eating your energy, they really becoming like a living demons inside you. That is the way Brahma Rakshas works. Understand? It's not that Brahma Rakshas always kills you to take over you. He catches your parasites inside. That mentally broken side of you, the demonic qualities, and acts like a demon in you. If you read Puranas, you will understand how the demons enter into human body, uses the parasites and the mentally broken part of you and tries to twist you, turn you, and make you do the decisions which is completely dead against you. Absolutely self-destructive. Especially during this pralaya, I am seeing that people doing it. Don't think pralaya is over. Now it feels like a corona is little less. It is just that pralaya is waiting for people to relax and come out and start moving around so that it can start the third wave. Protect yourself. It is not yet over. If you think it is over, gone. It's like to make Jayadrata come out. If you read Mahabharata, there is a story. Arjuna takes a vow that he will kill Jayadrata before the sunset. So Jayadrata goes and hides himself. And he's not coming out. Sun has already set. So Arjuna is about to commit suicide because he could not fulfill his vow. So Jayadratha comes out thinking, oh, it's all over. Now Arjuna can't do anything. And he comes out. Only then Jayadratha realizes sunset did not happen. Krishna covered the sun with his Sudarshana Chakra. Krishna just moves the Sudarshana out. Sun is seen, sun is not set. Arjuna finishes of Jayadratha. Understand now, sunset has not happened. Pralaya is not over. It is just covering. If you come out, you will be like Jayadratha, cut. You will be like Jayadratha, cut. So, have patience. Understand, the pralaya is not yet over. And don't allow delusion-centric decisions. See, the delusion is like a drug. Your identity about yourself, your identity about others, your identity about life, your ideas about God, everything changes. So during the delusion, the best damage control is just keep quiet. See, when I was attacked, so many people were giving so many solutions. I said, keep quiet. The only thing when tornado comes is just lock yourself and keep yourself safe. That's all. Don't think, oh, I have a big crowbar. I will take my crowbar and go out and start fighting with the tornado. Fools fight with the tornado. Fools fight with the tornado. Just keep quiet for it to pass. Because you don't even know what will happen to you when you come in front of tornado, when you are caught in tornado, then how can you use your weapon? So just keep quiet, hide yourself, lock yourself. That is the best damage control during this pralaya, and it will protect you from corona also. Because the pralaya is not just about corona. Too many things. My papa has come. The smile my papa puts on my face is love. The smile I put on my papa's face is conscious sovereignty. She actually understands whatever I talk. Whatever I talk, she records inside and goes on chewing. Her body is getting prepared for manifesting conscious sovereignty. And she becomes very shy and starts laughing. I'm talking about Skandamata. She becomes very shy when I am talking about her, and she knows every word I utter. She receives everything in her inner space and processes. That's why she has not started talking. She doesn't want to talk ordinary words. She's very clear. When she starts talking, it will only be Akashic records. She will reveal. Shastras. She's receiving everything. It's very rare the kids don't talk for so many years. Only kids like Kumara Gurubarar, master, one of the greatest incarnation. He did not talk. He is also Subramania's incarnation. He did not talk. Only when he was taken to Tiruchendur and his guru initiated him. He started singing directly, revealing the Shuddhadvaita Saivam. He is the founder of Tirupanandal Kasi Mat in Kasi. And he has done so many miracles and power manifestations. Like this, very rare examples of great incarnation. We have so many wonderful things for tomorrow morning. It's only a few more hours. So all of you go and rest, get ready for tomorrow. Early morning, 5 o'clock, we will be having Pada Puja. The rituals and celebrations will begin for Guru Purnima. And it will go on till 24th. Till 24th, because this time 2 days we will be having. Skandamata also will be doing rituals both the days, starting our Chaturmasya. So she has to come to Kailasa by before Navaratri, before the ending of Chaturmasya. She has to have to very protective way bring her to Kailasa without even the smell of corona to manifest powers and manifest her identity. So let's get ready for Guru Purnima. Celebration. Maybe tomorrow, few hundred of us, that Krama and Naishtiga or Vanaprastha or Sannyasis, Purna Sannyasis, all can start the Chaturmasya. Even Rudraganyas, Yoginis also start Chaturmasya. And all the Grihastha devotees, all the devotees all over the world can start like Chaturmasya observances, like studying the scriptures and practicing conscious sovereignty, all that. But the sannyasis have to take vrata itself. Vrata is like taking a sangalpa and doing it. All the krama and everyone, they take sangalpa and do it, complete it. And devotees just decide, like observe, decide to observe, and they observe. I think temple team, all the sannyasis all over the world need to get ready for tomorrow, the Guru Purnima Utsava and Chaturmasya. And large rituals, elaborate rituals will be happening from tomorrow early morning to 24th till evening. 24th till evening we will be having, I think the Tirthavari will be the 24th evening. So let's get ready for Guru Purnima celebration. Historical. Skandamata starting our Chaturmasya. Yes. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, collective integrity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्ध देशिक स्वामि वागीश सुन्दर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्ध स्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasya Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan said, what is spa manifestation? Is conscious shift, cognitive shift to experience the conscious sovereignty and bliss as your reality. From the mind and body, you start experiencing the conscious sovereignty as your reality. The smile, the inner smile, as you are conscious sovereignty, you are Paramashiva, realizing that very core of you. The cognitive shift is spa manifestation. The science of spa manifestation, it's a science because everybody can experience it and it is repeatable. And the pramanas, the evidences to support the science of spa manifestation. The Shastra Pramana, the evidences from the scriptures, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramanas, the experience and the results of Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, all of them authority of Hinduism. Millions of them manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, living as superconscious being on planet Earth in human body. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Beautifully, Bhagavan plays the Leela to show us how a human in the human body can experience the conscious breakthrough and experience the superconscious existence. As beautifully Bhagavan said, Nitya Ananda, always blissful in the being and manifesting only the Paramashiva contributions as all the attribute of Paramashiva himself as reality. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of disciple devotees followers initiated by Bhagavan into the Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan beautifully said the thoughtless space, how we can exist, is how we decide. Fake it and make it. Fake it that you are Paramashiva and make it you are Paramashiva. Whatever you fake, that becomes reality. You fake your sadness, that becomes reality. You fake your Paramashiva, that becomes your reality. The ultimate, if you fake it, as which is already your original reality, simply becomes the ultimate reality. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, the consciousness, Bhairava, one who experienced consciousness beyond the mind, and Tantra is the method. Bhagavan beautifully has given us the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 84, Dharana 61.
The eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in
भैरवं वपुराप्नुयात् आकाशं विमलं पश्यं कृत्वा दृष्टिं निरन्तरां स्तब्धात्मा तत्क्षणात् देवी भैरवं वपुराप्नुयात्.
Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 84, Dharana 61. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, Akasha, beyond the skies and clouds, one should fix one's gaze without blinking continuously, makes the body and the inner space steady and motionless. In the very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of infinite space. Bhairava, in the very moment one attains. It takes only a moment, that Bhagavan says, for us to experience the ultimate, when we are able to just unclutch all that which is a delusion, uncluttered. One space is the beautiful space of Paramashiva, the pure space of Paramashiva. Paramashiva can reside in the purity and ultimate in oneness. Beautifully, one of the great thing that what Bhagavan said, Chaturmasya, reading all these scriptures, how does it help me? I don't even understand all these. There was one lady who was giving milk to a rich person, and every day she used to come late, and this person used to say, what is that you're giving milk so late, and you better come early? And she used to say, I used to sit around where they're chanting the Vedas and Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita, but I don't understand, but it sounds so nice. I just say, stay there and come here. He says, it's of no use to you. Don't go there. Come directly to me. Again and again, she did the same thing. And again, this man said, this is useless for you. And one day, she came very late and he asked, why did you come late? She said the same reason. I was listening to the Upanishads and Brahma Sutras. He said, what are you going to understand? She said, I don't understand anything. Then why are you there? And he took a basket. He was working outside in the cow shed, and he took a basket which is pretty dirty and put it in the water tap and said, see, the water is not staying. It is just going through the holes. What is the use? This is how, whatever learning is of no use to you, why are you going there? And she beautifully replied, sir, you have to see one thing, that the basket is getting cleaned. The whole science of these great truths, even if we don't understand anything, it is simply removing all the clutter that unconsciously we have put in by the sounds, by the beautiful Sanskrit mantras, the chanting, and even the contemplating on all this is the greatest gift to the humanity that Bhagavan has given us. And putting everything together just for us is the ultimate gift, uncompromised compassion in all this what is going on, and simply giving us as a treat. Guru Purnima, we have to offer to the Guru, but Guru is offering all that greatness for us to realize the great path of oneness with Paramashiva. Beautifully he says, the smile that we need to have when Ramakrishna Paramahamsar used to sit gazing at the mountain, Arunachala, more than a mountain, Sadashiva himself, Paramashiva himself. When he sits and started seeing his eyelid, it is noted that his eyelid will not blink. He used to be in such a gaze that people have to literally blow a conch to wake him out of that. Really, in true sense. And Arunachala, it's said that even Arunachala feels shy. The Arunachala means Achala doesn't move, but Arunachala means he feels shy that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Ramana Maharshi, is so still that Even his eyelids does not move. He gazes at it so vividly and so profound that he becomes Arunachala, that is seen very clearly by the disciples and devotees. That is what here he says. Beyond the skies and clouds, one should fix the gaze without blinking continuously and make your body and the inner space steady and motionless. And when that can happen, when you are in the oneness with Paramashiva, melting in the beauty of Paramashiva, grace of Paramashiva, initiation of Paramashiva inside you, who is jumping and bubbling in joy as your own self, Paramashiva. Let's go to the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvas. All of them experienced the powerful cognition and manifested the powers. This is power of Akashic reading. Apta Pramana, how they manifested the great signs. This is from Valmiki Ramayana. The beautiful space of the Gandharva, who was a celestial musician, but unfortunately he was cursed by Ashtavakra and he became a demon. And beautifully Lakshmana and Rama, both of them slayed him and he was liberated as Gandharva again. And he, from Akashic reading, was able to download and tell that Rama has to go to Sugriva, who is hiding, and he would guide him to get Sita from Ravana. And this beautiful thing that he says, he would go to the place Rishi Mukt, and beautifully Rama and Lakshmana was guided by this Gandharva, who was cursed as a demon and got liberated by Rama himself. This is in the Valmiki Ramayana, Arya Kanta, Sarga 72, text 12. All these great signs are not just mythology, but in reality, they have experienced the great oneness with Paramashiva and experienced the highest truth. Atma Pramana, Bhagavan himself has beautifully spoken on Akashic reading.
Feels it is floating, swimming, drowning, dissolving or disappearing. The drop is always a part of the whole ocean. Whenever you accept the greed to experience different states of your own being, whenever you are afraid of different states of your own being, you create different states of consciousness to fulfill your fear or greed. That is what you call waking state, dream state, deep sleep state, the fourth state, and the crisscrossing of all these four states. Crisscrossing of all these four states creates 16 states, and above all, the ultimate state is Turyadita, beyond all these four. In that, you experience you are always, you were, you are, you will be part of the whole. And this realization is a mandatory, basic necessity for every soul which started feeling out of delusion it is separated from the whole. The birth, as you think, never happens. It is just the different states of consciousness creating the kaleidoscopic effect and showing you the universe and the world in a different space, because the kaleidoscopic effect which you create attracts your attention so much by creating fear or greed. You forget to look into the first person and see you will ever remain as the part of the source will can never move out of the source. The source exists in source. So where is the question of birth?
With that,
Beautifully, how Bhagavan says, even the birth and death is just a delusion. We have to raise above that and experience the ultimate. If death is a delusion, then what are we? Contemplate in the higher reality how we exist as eternal when we go to deep sleep and when we are in dream state. 1/8 of our life, like every day, 8 hours, 1/3 of our life, we are in already a different state. Then what is that 2/3 is doing? If not understanding the 1/3 that we are already experiencing. If delusion, death is a delusion, birth is a delusion, and it does not even exist, then what is that we are? Here beautifully, a Shakshi Pramana of Ma Ida from Sweden. She has said she has no idea of Varanasi, but she was able to say it is located in Uttara, which is Uttar Pradesh. And she was so shocked to understand that simply from downloading, she can understand the greatest science. If 5 senses could do anything, then why not the babies? They don't know. When they are born, they don't know the good or bad, tasty or not tasty, what we like, what we don't like. Nothing. It just are in the bliss. That is why the babies and Paramashiva are one and the same. They are in that blissful space, always jumping, bubbling. How Skandamata is. Bhagavan says, all the babies are always in that. Until 21, they are pretty much in the same state, Bhagavan says, to experience Paramashiva as the ultimate. They are Paramashiva as manifesting. Then slowly the society teaches them what is not them, and then they get deluded into all chaos what we are. And here beautifully Bhagavan gives us the guidelines to manifest the highest state of consciousness as our reality. The Akashic reading. How does it work? Simple. Bhagavan Paramashiva manifests through you as your reality when you connect to the ultimate, that you are eternal, you are consciousness, you are Paramashiva. And simply download is possible, and that is the very nature of you. The Sarvajnatva, Akashic reading, and all these are the very quality of Paramashiva, who's in you, who's manifesting all the past, present, future right now. Bhagavan calls it power over now. Just turn on your video camera, apply the Jnananjan that is in your Kantamala, in your third eye and your temples. If you see so many deities in the temple, they put a stick here and passes through this point and touches here. These 3 points, Bhagavan says, is the conscious point, the third eye. And you can put the basma if you don't have, and kumkum. And if you don't have, you can apply the turmeric, Bhagavan says, and simply the detox will happen. And if you have a partner, you can ask the partner to put some questions of the locations. You're going to find the locations of so many things. You can write down things and just Google and see if it is correct after the first cycle. Or you can have a partner, ask them to give you some questions, something completely that you don't know, and simply by downloading, we are going to answer these questions. Is it possible? Very much possible. You have seen the Balasans right from 6 years, how they sit so beautifully as Akashic readers and have beautifully said the past, present, future. So many millions have benefited. Now it's your turn to experience that oneness. Can you do it? Absolutely. If you can walk, eat, sleep, you can also, if you can breathe, Bhagavan says, you can manifest powers. Because you are manifesting already. The first thing we manifest is breathing. Nobody teaches and there's no manual. We are put in the survival mode that we start breathing as the nurse gives us nicely. So here Bhagavan says, all we need to do is connect to Paramashiva, unclutch from everything that we know as us, and start experiencing the superconscious breakthrough. How he said, the great saints and so many reference how they manifested powers is only giving up their identity and declaring the Paramashiva, the Paramashanta Swarupa, the eternal who you are, who's breathing through you right now, who is even remembering who you are and who is remembering all that you are even seeing now. Give the whole credit to, that's what Bhagavan says. When you're sad, you fake it and make it, but when you're happy, you forget it. When you are in the deep oneness with Paramashiva, you understand he is the one who's making it. And when you are in such a trauma, then you understand it's he who's saving you. Even now, when you're blissful, he is the one who's manifesting. Hold that powerful space, powerful words inside you. Hold that cognition. How Bhagavan said, it's like a sun and the rays of the sun. Simply each sun ray is equally important and equally powerful. And the clouds which are coming in between does not stop it. Because the sun is there, even the clouds are seen. In the night, there is no clouds that we can see. So even for that, the sun is required. So the clouds are not eternal. The sun is eternal. Hold only that eternal truth as your reality, the consciousness, powerful space of oneness. Shakti Pada, Shakti Nipata. Get into the bhava. Sit like Para Shakti with 25 heads and 75 eyes and literally alive and chanting the Maha Vakya with 50 hands. Just experiencing the Paramashiva in you who is dancing as Nataraja. Simply you will manifest all the powers of Paramashiva, and holding this cognition continuously, soaking in it, is all that we need to learn how to manifest all the reality. That's all it takes. We planning, deciding anything with the mind is very, very small. But when Paramashiva plans for you, he plans really fulfilling everything in you and beyond. So let's entangle with Bhagavan and intensely chant with the Maha Vakya. Chanting the Maha Vakya, vibrating every cell in you, vibrating as Paramashiva. Hold that powerful cognition and continuously hold the bhava. I am Paramashiva sitting with 25 heads and like Para Shakti just manifesting all the past, present, future like Kalabhairava. Hold that and whatever appears, write down. Do not doubt. The mind is not there in this session. No gadgets, no mind. So hold whatever appears, that is Paramashiva's words. Write down and you will simply see it as reality. It has happened for everyone when they went in Akashic reading. You can simply experience the ultimate when you hold that cognition. It is a cognition shift. The powerful cognition you hold, I am Paramashiva. Today I am sitting as Paramashiva, manifesting all the reality. Just sit there and will persistence, holding that space. Simply Paramashiva is waiting to download in you. More than we looking for Paramashiva, he is sitting here right now and waiting for us to start chanting and merging so that he can manifest through us. So let's start this, our first cycle of Akashic reading.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest
the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced now as Paramashiva, beautifully you can share it with the world. All the great truth that Bhagavan has given is not just getting some few places correct, words correct, but it is also moving you out of the confusion, cluttered, uncluttered space and beautifully installing the beautiful Paramashiva space. The more we do power manifestation, even as regular day lifestyle, everything is a manifestation. Everything happens out of His will is the reality. For us to understand, He is just giving us some time to understand the higher science. In action, in functioning, that we understand that it is He who manifests as our reality. There was a boatman who was taking a lot of people in the boat, and the boat, after going by the middle of the ocean, it started having water inside. And everybody started saying, "Hey, what kind of a boat is this? The water is coming inside." The boatman just saw everybody and just took a bucket, took the water and poured it outside, and again started rowing. And everybody was shocked. How can the boat function like this? He simply said, "I do not get disturbed from what the ocean is. It is part of me. And it is simply coming in to say hello, and I just take it back and put it, and I'm perfectly fine." The people are shocked, but it's so much revelation that happened in each one of them that if you're not disturbed by the outside water, it is simply part of your life. You enjoy, you celebrate even everything that is part of you, and ultimately enjoy every minute as Paramashiva. Instead of trying to solve problems, you try to only enjoy whatever it is as part of you. And beautifully, they learned a beautiful space of enjoying the whole ride, even at the worst situation. And they understood that it is only they who create the worst or the best out of what is there. Bhagavan beautifully gives us that completion that we need to hold continuously is our birthright. And that is how we exist by the very nature. No tree or no nature is repenting on anything. It is just the nature. Even the dog is run over by a car. It does not take a stone and throw on the car. It is only going and fixing the leg so that it can run again. The very nature how we exist is blissful and beautiful space of completion. Bhagavan is again and again telling us to be in that beautiful space, not chaos, not what is happening in outer world, but who you are. Only that comes with you long way. And what is that is Paramashiva. The ultimate long way, the eternal way, always with you is Paramashiva. Smile with Paramashiva and simply everything is beautifully smiling at you. Now we'll have a second cycle with that blissful space. Let's do the Akashic reading for getting the unknown places. You can write down the questions, few more questions. You can correct the previous questions. You can share your experiences as powerful cognition and power manifestation. Why do we need to share? We enjoy sharing and contributing to others' life. The more we contribute, we realize, oh, it is us who's raising in the whole thing. The more we contribute, it's the most intelligence and most rich attitude of life. How you exist as contribution, way of life. Now we have one more small round where we are going to put away the gadgets, put away your thoughts, only sit with Paramashiva. There is nothing in the world worth it than Paramashiva, Bhagavan says. Just be with him, only him, for a few more minutes in your inner space where he is bubbling in joy and dancing as Nataraja, holding the Kalabairava inside you and holding yourself as Paramashiva is the most beautiful space that you can bless yourself with. Let's experience that oneness, chanting the Mahavakya, entangling with him, and manifesting the powers of Akashic reading.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Whatever the prasada that you have received now, please share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation or your social media platforms. Take 5 minutes, whatever Bhagwan has showered, how he wants to shower everything for you. When you love somebody, you just want to give something. And the best thing that you can give is your integrity and your gratitude. Gratitude is how you have manifested the powers. Guru is not looking for appreciation or any clarification, but he is looking for the smile in your face. And that smile is the one which happens really within when you manifest the powers. The will persistence become a reality. So share and contribute to the world, thanking Bhagwan from your deep earning and manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Now, if you see the $sign, you can contribute. The Guru Purnima is the best time to contribute to the Guru. Whatever you offer at Guru's lotus feet, simply he will bless you to the eternal life and eternal reality, the conscious sovereignty as your reality. The ultimate gift of oneness starts flowering. The real currency that we need to gain is the oneness, not the currency that we are dealing with. which is also delusion. And more we offer the delusion, the more it disappears, because at lotus feet, everything just gets into the space of only oneness and turns in oneness and comes back to you, building the Kailasa in your inner space, Bhagavan says. So whatever you can contribute with a deep gratitude and reverence, taking the responsibility of manifesting the superconscious breakthrough as your reality. Thanking each one of you here to manifest the powers of Paramashiva, receiving the prasada today. And let's end this session with a deep gratitude and yearning for making Paramashiva as our reality. With that space, let's end with Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you, everybody. See you in Guru Purnima, and we'll see in the next power manifestation session. Thank you, Nithyanandam.